Let's make it happen, Cap.
Oh, 07, we are back. We're back.
Shields off.
All right. Head to the Knicks.
Quantum travel engaged.
Travel.
Landing gear up.
Oh, 07 rocket. They have the UI over here. This is pretty convenient. Dual screen, pretty neat. Really like that. More power to the engines. Very nice. See where we are. Getting close to our location. Right. Let's see. Let's check the flight settings. The gunnery. I'm going to take lag pips off. I'm going to take fade pips off. I want to see precision lines. That's the way I target and shoot at targets. Let's try enable individual pips. I'll come back to that if I see something is not right. All right. We are operating. I think I want to set this for fuel levels. Kind of get to see where my fuel usage is going, my capacity. Yep. All right. Oh yeah. Let's look at the star map. Getting closer. All right. Okay, here we go. There. Here we go.
Quantum travel complete. Oh, 7 coffee. 2 musics. Uh-oh. Or is it an echo coffee? Or 2 separate? Is it 2 separate Battle of the Bands? Uh-oh. It stopped. I'm sure it stopped. That's strange. Ah, gotcha. 07. Here we go. 07. Here we go.
cool. Oh yes, for sure. All right. All right. Twix 07. Good morning, everyone. Rocket Coffee 07. Good morning. Hope all is well. Hope you guys chat. Everyone is preparing to enjoy yourselves this holiday and have a good time. Spend time with family. Spend some alone time, some quality time, and just relax to the max, recharge your batteries, and enjoy yourselves. Oh, I'm picking up my cargo. I finished refining. I want to make that run and turn it in and get some UEC. Wouldn't mind doing some loot and scoot. Still looking for the backpack, man. The elusive Corbel Meyer. Elusive Corbel Meyer. Well, looks like the Chris has said the goal for 2026 is definitely improving the social tools. So I would imagine that's everything and all things that are Spectrum. Also, that communication ties in with being in game. It connects your org. It connects you outside the game. Better ways and means to have organization and filters through the org. And I think it also includes if you're in a party together, you're doing a mission or op. But I think there's also some things that should be unlocked if you're in that bubble of communication or that social tool. I think it should stretch a little further than just communication, but potentially setting up all access capabilities, filtering that, allowing people in your party to access the ship, call ATC to land and leave without having the the owner of the ship to be in the driver's seat to make that happen. I think if they can tie that in, I would say CIG, go ahead and also think about the other things that are related to the social tools, the things that make the party and the things you interact with more seamless as a group. Basically, all access to party members in the group, or filter it if you feel as though it needs to happen as you're dealing with a larger group. But love to see that. I think that's necessary. That's going to be successful in creating an MMO. It's needed, the social tools. So yeah, Chris is saying they're looking to make that first leap into improving the social tools for next year. Should be good because it's a leap forward. It's a leap of progression to make the game into a true MMO as they envision. Definitely one of the big ticket items that's one of my fan favorites, or it's a couple, but the dynamic server meshing. The intent is to get that going, to initialize that for 2026. I'm excited to, I was excited to hear that. Things on the horizon for 2026. So they look to, scale up. And I hope, the result of the server meshing, because it says, he mentioned how it will make changes on the fly with player congestion and player counts that increase the number of people on the servers. Then the servers automatically scale up along with the people that migrate into one area. I was delighted to hear that they've also leveraged that technology so that when we have mission givers, they can instance things in a way that you're not interrupted. They can close that door behind you so that your experience is that much more immersive. Less desync, and at the same time, when the mission is completed, you're seamlessly transitioned back out into the MMO. So I thought that was pretty cool to hear that their intentions are, hey, 2026, you're going to see this happen, and you got to be a little excited to know that is the intent, and what we've seen for 2025. Not just the intent, but the execution of getting things done in a timely manner. It lets you know that they're getting a good grasp on things. Now, of course, with everything new added, there will be bugs presented. That's just the reality. But the way that they're going about their business of, just making sure those bugs are reduced, not entirely, but reduced substantially, to the point where the game is playable, but yet still we have brand new features in game. Was happy about that. Where in the heck? Okay, I must be down. Oh, I see. I'm down here. Okay. There I am. There we go. All right. But yeah, their intent is making sure that we get closer and closer to 1.0. You hear it out there in the wind, and the naysayers, and how they're just being disingenuous to their vision and what they're trying to do, that it's this elaborate scam to pull the wool over people's face, snatch the money, and then make a run for it. Yeah, I see that. And it's just it's an embedded and sick form of jealousy, and just not wishing people well, because when you look at the framework, the engine itself has so much value. The things that they put into this engine to say that you're going to walk away from this and it's a scam to pull the wool over people's eyes, that just shows you how dim-witted people can be when they don't really look at the technology that's right before them. So I dismiss that. I look at it and then I say there's no validity to it when you look at the actual engine and what they've been doing with the engine and how so many MMOs or games of this caliber cannot like hold a candle to comparison to it. That technology alone, he could, if that was the thing, he could sell this thing. Multiple bidders would come to want to have this and make and do their own things with it, but it's no way that Chris Roberts, this engine itself is a gold mine. So it's so absurd to hear these buffoonery comments, and it's like, are you serious? Are you not seeing the technology at hand? But yet here we are. They continue. When it comes down to it, they're just doing it to get clicks and likes, and so they come out every day with this bad juju of this is what's wrong with it. This is the wrong approach with this, that, and the other. But yet, if they were really, really disheartened with the project, they would move on. They would find some other game and play it and be done with it. But here they are, they linger around. And I say to myself, don't entertain or try to convince someone who has a narrative that they're making it all about themselves. So, such buffoonery, man. This engine is the engine of the future. Other game companies would love to put their mitts on this and have it as their own. Hence why CIG's been fought against over the years. CryEngine is an example where they wanted the technology for themselves and tried to fight them in court because they surpassed their tech. They surpassed their engine in its capabilities, and they wanted to have it for themselves. But at the same time, they failed on their part in trying. They were supposed to support CIG, and CIG surpassed them in what they did as far as advancing the technology. And then they said, well, hand it over, and CIG's like, I'm not handing this over. You're supposed to support us. And so you have that crazy thought process of people just riding the coats of negativity so that they could just keep themselves in the forefront just for likes, just for clicks. And it's like, whatever, let them have it. But they're not going anywhere either, unfortunately. So unfortunately, they're going to be hanging around with us. They're going to be there. They're not going anywhere. They're just going to be chirping crows. So be the eagle and fly higher, and just know that if you're getting enjoyment out of the game, then it's worth it. You make your own decisions about the game, but I'm not going to sit here and try to spit poison on people's efforts of what they've accomplished because I want to get likes for myself. No, not going to happen, bro. It's easier to wish people well. It's so much easier. So when you look at it with objective eyes, you see where it's coming from. So, like I said, they're making strides. They're making advancements. And the other thing that I was excited about for 2026 that Chris mentioned is that we're moving towards the Genesis system. That in itself is going to be wow. And then culminate that, add that with the experimental tech that they're using with VR. Hands down, another layer of experience with this game. eye-popping visuals. And this, we were just seeing the demo. So he's going to be adamantly jumping on top of those things that we were looking at, the engineering, the crafting, the new inventory system. By the way, engineering, crafting will be at the end of March. The new inventory system, end of January. All that so far in the first quarter. Of course, they're going to add other things, but it's a lot to be excited for. And to know that 2025 was a huge year for them. As far as ships, dropping in a new system, 2 systems in 1 year. Now, can they decrease that? Can they decrease the decrease the timeline? Yes, with the new tools and features they're sporting, and then the context of how they want to put, or how much content they want to put into systems in order to make it feel richer and fuller. By all means, they have the ability, I think, to double the amount, if not triple, of planets that will receive. But yeah, I'm just gonna not really exactly Twix. That engine is just amazing. That engine is not going anywhere. Other development companies would offer Chris hundreds of millions of dollars to get that, to get their hands on it, or even just to lease it. They would love to get their hands on it. And then be in competition with Chris. And Chris is like, no, we're going to be in competition with ourselves. We're going to challenge ourselves to keep this thing running and rolling. So yeah, I'm like, no, they're fine. And all the chirping and all the negativity, it comes with it. It comes with success. That's understood. If they're the thing that they have to worry about is when the chirping and the backlash and the negativity stops, then you're Chris better look around and say, hey, okay, what's going on here? I don't have the people's attention. So you have the positive people's attention, you have the negative people's attention. They can't leave it alone. They cannot. Hey Kimmy. The 50 million I made the other day was a lot. Guess how much I just made off of a handful of Wicklow favors? Insane. Sir, please. Sir. I'm in Discord, Twix. You wanted to say something? What do you say? Yes. What is it, Twix? Yes, I see you. Okay.
The truth.
What's good today? This UEC I'm about to pick up. I'm gonna make this run real quick. Are you up to jumping down into the loot and scoop? Rocket, Twix? I'm down. 800 million? Meister, no. Oh my gosh, do I see you? Oh, your marker? Let me look. Oh, now you got me. Salvage? Okay, you got my attention, Twix. What's going on? Salvage. You see me, salvage. Okay, got to give respect to Anthony Tanaka. Anthony, thank you for saying no. It was the beginning of the end of the Mesa era. Anthony Tanaka, he said no. He took a break. He told the UEE no. Thank you, Anthony. Oh, you're talking about salvage. Salvage like
Capsule now approaching station.
savage.
Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule now approaching station momentarily. Stand clear of
I
disembarking
think John
passengers.
Crew sold me on the freaking RSI Salvation because he said it fits the Galaxy. I was like, oh no, you're you're on the chain gang. Sadly, yes. Oh gosh.
Station momentarily. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
I love how they arrange the refinery here. It's here, you come down here, you get in, you get out. It's just simple, but it's the enough amount of things, the right amount. There's no running and going up the elevators and running around corners. Order is completed. Collecting. And collecting. Well, Twix, it's about making that ship money, man. It's about making that ship money. I'm hearing that there's going to be there's a rumor that there's going to be a ship released. I don't know. Is it? I wouldn't be too surprised, but interesting. Yeah, I think CIG, to sum it up, they need to be worried if no one was talking, if no one was chirping, people were looking the other way. Then they would need to be worried. But the way I see it, let them complain, let them put their foots in their mouths, because they're going to have to eat those Converses.
The capsule now approaching station momentarily. Stand clear of disembarking
They're gonna
passengers.
they're gonna dismiss it because they're moving. CIG is moving forward, and the chatter, let them have it. I mean, it's free speech. I respect it.
Stand clear
I'm
of
not
disembarking
dismissing.
passengers.
In all respect, I don't know these people, but to me, the statements just don't add up. And they have to be careful because the accountability, or at least the credibility, is going to be on them as they move forward and progress. And that door of opportunity to be called out will be there. There will be receipts on that, and they will have to hopefully, they don't have to answer to it. But yeah, you put yourself out there that way, you're setting yourself up. But it's a thing of don't care. I'm in the spotlight of the moment. But like I said, it doesn't add up because I'm looking at the technology that's being implemented. And granted, yeah, the bugs, they're there. I give them that. I acknowledge that. I'm cognizant of that. But at the same time, the foundation, the features, the actual engine, the software engine, is one that what can you compare it to? At the bottom line is it something that's unique? Yes, it is. Does it stand out a lot from any other engine? Yes, it does. Is there any other game that will, traverse on this scale that it does? No. Is there any MMO that has this level of detail? No. So I'm seeing what I'm seeing, And you're telling me, no, that's not the case. There's a ulterior motive here that they're going to grift people and really just pull the wool over people's eyes and really just fold the tent up and go home, make the money and go. What do you mean make the money and go? They're making the money while while the store shop is open. They've had the biggest year since the inception of the idea of Star Citizen and its initial development. The biggest year yet. Why would you give that up? Why would you give up something that has been your life's blood work over the years? That tells me, do they know? Do they have any idea of who Chris Roberts is? Or what he's accomplished basically as an individual? You know, it wasn't someone who had a company and handed it over to him. He worked for what he's accomplished. He was inspired by something that drove him. So it's like, it's really weird that he's put all this time in, and prior to that, he's made games, movies, and all of a sudden he's got this narrative to like pull the wool over someone's eyes. This is his work. This is his life. The man has a family. He's setting a tone so that they can learn from example of hard work and collaborating with people. He feeds families. Literally, this man feeds families, and he's working with people. I'm obviously okay. They work for him, but he works with people. They share the same vision. He comes to work every day to do something really positive. Who would, in their right mind, want to scam somebody when you're coming to an awesome place of work and you're bringing in super talent? You bump shoulders with superstars, movie superstars. I'm freaking laughing now. I'm laughing about it. How did you slip off of the edge of reality? I mean, you're looking into an abyss and you fell off. Sorry. But get a grip, man. Get a grip on your reality and come back. Look at the facts. Look at the tangible aspects and elements of what's happening, what has happened and occurred. Dude, read your history, dude. Read your history.
Goodbye.
Don't get mixed up in your feelings on something. This man has awesome place of worship. I could say I might want to accept that one, Data Freak. I might want to accept that one. But I mean, the place of work that they're at, who wouldn't want to work there? Pressure and all, give it to me, man. I'm like, but that's a hot seat too. Of course, obviously, you know, you have all the criticism, but he, you know, you give him, wouldn't you want to work for him? He gives you a nice place, environment to work, like-minded people, benefits, and this is your passion work, and you're doing it on a scale and level and a degree of detail unlike any other studio, where they say, get the product, pop pop, fizz fizz, let's go, hurry up, hurry up. And this is more of, give me a wow factor, go all in, show me what you got, push the edge. Matter of fact, you show me innovation, I show you the money. I'm like, a lot of those devs, man, the core of those devs have been there for years. Some of them's like, not going anywhere. Some decide to go somewhere else. That's fine. And then we see, this is facts, that grass is not always greener on the other side. We see that. And it's like, what? Grass is not always greener on the other side. Like, nope. And that's unfortunate, but that's a reality too. I'm super stoked. Data Freak is saying, I'm super stoked that Chris is getting a chance to show Microsoft the industry and all the naysayers that they lost when they fired him and pushed out Freelancer early. Yeah. You got some, like I said, Data Freak, do your history, and obviously, sir, you know it. You're on point. I don't get the fanfare because I'm white knighted. I guess you can say I'm white knighted, but not a full white knight. I guess that they cannot do any wrong. I mean, like I did mention bugs, and I can go on and on and on until I'm blue in the face. But if I had a solution to it, I would offer it up. But if I don't have a solution to it, I'm not going to badger them about what's the obvious. Now, if there's things that are game breaking, that's a different conversation. But at the end of the day, man, they're making strides. They had their best year ever. People are still continuing to join in the game, being a part of it. Yeah, I think, Coffee, I think that's a valid statement, right? That is a valid statement because what they have shown us and where they are to this point, and then even like with 2026, it doesn't need to get personal to that extent, or a grudge should be held. I think it's more of a thing of we're good where we are. I'm not going to I don't need to tread those waters because this is why I'm here. But it's almost, Coffee, that Chris has to thank Microsoft. Let's put it into context of, he might want to send them a Christmas card and say, you know what, if it wasn't for you pushing me and sending me out the door, I would not have this conviction today. And where I'm at today, I say thank you for pushing me out the door, because you push the narrative of my beliefs and my convictions. You strengthened them. You vetted them, and you made me look at other aspects, learned other things, and you made me do a complete 360, come full circle to where I'm at right now. If not for that, who knows? I would have been stuck in the kaleidoscope of AAA games and publisher hell, crunch timing, and probably still working as a developer under someone else, right? Just making games. But you've pushed me to the point where my dreams, my vision became reality, and it pushed me to meeting my partner, who also in turn saw in me that potential and pushed me even further. So if it wasn't for that, who knows? This could have been a Microsoft product, and it would have been cut screens, and then we were waiting for a Star Citizen 2, 3, and 4. We probably would have had one planet or two. Some things are not meant to be done with certain companies and places and etc. Valdell, that's correct. Things go the way they do for a reason. You're right to be grateful. Yeah. I mean, in the heat of the moment, you're angry, you're pissed off, and Coffee's right. It's in the heat of the moment, it's not like that, but 2020 hindsight, or having the maturation into that whole process and coming to that finish of that destination point, you look back with a humble heart. You don't say, now I can crush you and lay waste to things now, and I can throw it all in your face. He doesn't need to do that. They're looking with water in their eyes and say, please come back. Please come back. If anything, they can work for him, but he's set the tone. He's setting his own narrative, and he just says, "We're good. You're good." You know, there's enough room in this universe of games to keep it moving. But yeah, he doesn't have to look back. He continues, and he needs to continue to look forward. And again, as I said, if they stop talking, Chris, you better put things in check. Something's wrong. Something's wrong when people are not talking. So again, be thankful that, you know, these people are angry to some extent and pushing the narrative, right? Even though it may be extreme or a little twisted, or it's not having a deeper insight of the facts of what's there, that's fine. The moment they stop talking, then they're probably in trouble. That's true coffee. It's called the old burning the bridge maneuver, right? Don't burn those bridges. And keep the respect, but keep it moving, and shoot for the stars. That's all. That's his goal. Shoot for that North Star. And if he continues to stay focused on that, everything else will take care of itself. Again, as you know, as I stated, as you all know, it was an amazing year for them. You know, he acknowledged that. But yet they're setting the tone right now. The year is not even over, and they're already saying, "Hey, for first quarter, this is what we're looking. These 3 objectives are first quarter. At the start, which is January, the finish of January, which is the start, and at the end of March, which is the ending of the first quarter, we're looking to put in the inventory system. We're looking to put in the crafting, and add the added features for engineering, having that tricked out and finished, you know. Well, not finished, but just improvements on engineering. And I think it has everything to do with batteries, for redundancy. If you're in dire straits, you connect batteries and things of that nature. So it's going to be interesting what else they're going to add to engineering. But this is just the beginning of multi-crew gameplay, because engineering is one station. Then you have, I think, the next natural progression beyond engineering, I think it will be scanning, very in depth, and it's going to segue over to FPS scanning, and possibly bridging. I think then after that, I was going to say bridge. It's kind of like a bridge or segue from the scanning on ships to scanning on FPS and the UI improvements. On a side note, have you tried VR in SE yet? It will blow you. See, Valdell, and we didn't see that one coming. I think it shook a lot of people when they did that with the VR. And they stated that, hey, once we get the Vulcan in the game, Sylvan said, hey, I'm going to go after VR because that's my passion project within the passion project. So we were like, it went like this. It went over our heads. It was kind of like, yeah, I hear you, but I'm not really listening because I'm stepping off the White Knight pedestal here. Yeah, you say things and it's a while, months, if not a couple of years or more down the line when you say, hey, we're going to look to do that. Yeah. And then all of a sudden a little bird told me, hey man, this thing right here more than likely represents VR. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, okay. And then next thing you know, you got little screenshots of like, what? Wait, huh? VR? People are still in shock. But also, people are looking at buying VR sets. Streamers, I think, who are prominent in the community, they are receiving manufacturer bills of VR sets. Numerous, well, one specific name brand, or people who have the VR sets who don't really use them that much or use them, they're like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and hook this up. And I've yet to hear any real negative comment regarding VR. And that's the buzz now, is people are like, okay, they're getting ready to add the VR. And here's the thing, it's going to increase when they start adding in the Genesis Planetary Tech 5, base building. So it's ongoing. So it's comparable to that rumor or the thing of statements of them saying, hey, look, Squadron 42 console won't ever come to the persistent universe, but with the newer generations of PlayStation, Microsoft, Xbox, there's a chance that, Theater of War may come or whatever the case. But that was definitely left field when we heard and it popped up, hey, VR is capable now. It's the same equivalent of console. But I think this is a very unique situation because Star Citizen is going to dominate the VR market. It's going to be a renaissance to VR because VR is kind of like, to me, I get the sense that it's 2D, it's flat, they have to scale it down to VR's capabilities, but they didn't do a port. It's just a one-to-one connection to Star Citizen itself, and to hear the comments that Valdell said, that it validates what I've been hearing. It's amazing, but it's just the tier 0 of it. That part of it is like mind-blowing, right? That they're only scratching the surface. And I guess the question you probably have for me is, okay, Kimmy, now you're talking about, are you going to do VR? I like my setup, but yeah, I will go to VR. But I'm also waiting to see what the official word is, if there's going to be an official partnership. Because knowing Chris, he wants something to pass the eye test that upholds the standard for Star Citizen, or he wants extra peripherals or things that will make it that much more immersive. That's a Chris thing. He hasn't shied away from that. So my thing is, I'm in a waiting mode, but it could definitely be on my birthday wish of things to get. And again, this is a scam. This is like, how dare you scam us or grift us? And you're like, it'll be foolish for CIG and Chris Roberts to walk away from this experience right here. And all the things that are starting to come into play with Star Citizen, like I just stated, the VR concept. I'm not going to try to convince nobody about their heartaches about the game. I'll hear it, but then after I gather enough of what I've heard from them, then I'm ready to dismiss it, because it's a unhinging of reality when you have factual things that definitely nullify those comments. Those negative comments. I mean, the extreme negative comments. The stuff that's almost like personal, like they know something about this man and his intent, when all he's done over the decades where make games, and he's been ahead of the curve on a lot of games in his past. He's a freelancer. You talk about Privateer. You talk about definitely Wing Commander and those series. Ahead of the curve, man. Oh, Valdell, that's been a conversation of mine. I think there's also rumors about there's like a chess piece and all these things that will force feedback that they're looking into potentially to, definitely set it up to that VR / player Ready Player One gaming aspect, right? And now you're talking about updating the visuals and expanding the locations of where you fly and land and live, and then the alien encounters, and then grouping up of potentially thousands through the usage of dynamic server meshing. Then it is a realistic parallel to Ready Player One. And then listen to this. Listen to that.
Quantum travel complete.
That orchestra, that concerto, the soundtrack, it's just sci-fi isn't going anywhere. And I think that's what captures a lot of our imaginations. Ships are it's a different conversation altogether. I think you're talking about the different manufacturers that make these ships and the passion it sparks in the player's heart. I mean, you can bring up the name Drake and people start cringing, or you can bring up the Origin name and people feel a certain way. You know what I'm talking about. The naming, the branding. The Clipper, man. I like the English accent of it. The Clipper. It's just one of those ships that the sales were off the charts. How do you walk away from that kind of success? All these things. You don't. You keep forging ahead. And the jump point right here. What game does this right here? The music, the soundtrack. He was in tears. Data, he was in tears. And a lot of people, admittedly, myself, I was like, where's my tissue, man? Because the man, he called it the equivalent of having a child. And his two daughters were probably like, what? Probably his wife was like, are you kidding me right now, Chris? She was like, are you kidding me right now? I bore you two wonderful daughters, and you saying this? He's like, yeah. That's passion, man, because he's gonna feel her wrath. You knew he was gung-ho when he said that. On camera. Yes, to that extent. Yes. And you know what the eye-popping thing about all of that data is? He opened the window to actual game development. Now, granted, on a level and scale unseen before, right? But still, it was eye-popping to realize that games will develop 10, 20 years. You won't hear nothing about it. It was always a thing of when you heard about it, it was probably less than 2 years away of dropping to the public. And you say you get a constant stream of that, right? Where, oh, it's coming out, next year or 2 years from now, and you say to yourself, that's the time period. So you have this set belief that it takes maybe 5 or 7 years to make a game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a preset notion. You say, oh, that's how game development works, and then so the knee-jerk reaction was, this has been in developed since 2012. And I think this is a first for a lot of people, with the exception of people who work in the industry, that development took this time. And then the thing that sets this so differently from other games is the fact that there's no scale comparison to Star Citizen. There's few games that will match the footprint, and if they do, it still doesn't bring it to a similar parallel or a similar structural comparison, because you're talking about the levels of detail right here. From the ship to the characters to the planets and everything in between, that level of clarity and detail, unmatched, unrivaled. Boiling frogs. Is that the myth of the boiling frogs? Like, you have regular room temperature and you turn on the heat, and then you gradually bring the heat up, and they don't realize that rumor. Boiling frogs. Yeah, I think that fits the narrative of people who say that they're not making any stride, or they're not intent on completing this game to the extent of it's feature complete. Because when you say complete the game,
Quantum fuel 100%.
it's a thing of, yeah, our goal is to make it feature complete, but the narrative is, as we see room to improve or innovate, they're going after it. And then Chris says, as long as you support. And I say, there's a lot of us with a level-headed, objective mind. This is a destination. It's Ready Player One. It's not a game. It's becoming more of Ready Player One, the destination, the oasis. And granted, a testament to the community, one of the best on this side of an MMO. Unfortunately, a lot of bad behaviors in MMOs, right? It goes to say that you have it here, but for the most part, goodwill, good spirit is here in Star Citizen, the community. Facts. Also have to take into account that they are creating a company as well as creating these two games. They've taken on a pretty large task to show their fortitude, their thankfulness to the community for setting them on this platform, Meister. Yeah, to that point, why it is such a huge task, because of the endeavor that they took on and the approach that they went on to make this game company. And now it's starting to look like that moniker is starting to make sense now. It's like, it's not Star Citizen, but it's Cloud Imperium Games. And again, one of the pillars that will fit that narrative is definitely VR. I don't know if you of course you agree with it. It's facts. You see it. It's there. That's evidence. That's evidence. It's Cloud Imperium Games. So what's your flavor? Do you want to VR this experience? it's not dumbed down. You just take off the headset and you have your flavor of Star Citizen 1-to-1. That's incredible. That's incredible. They have a leeway to also like include they have the capability, or they have an opportunity to also include a port of Squadron 42 to the newer generations of console, Cloud Imperium games.
Shields off.
Strong possibilities. So it's good to see progress. It's good to see that the pace has picked up. It's good to see that there is a definitive direction of moving forward with the game. I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing, because those big ticket items are like probably a couple of my favorites. The dynamic server meshing, the Genesis update, and then somewhere down the line, they didn't mention base building.
Engaged.
Shimpasta 07. Base building, in particular, we've debated this. It's open. Merry New Year's, Happy Christmas. Yes, 07 Shimpasta. All the best, everyone. Star Citizen community. Illuminalia. But yeah, that's a different conversation about base building when it's ready. Data Freak is saying the Genesis tech, when it's finished, it can't come soon enough. Yeah, I see that potential, Data Freak, because we talked about this too. Genesis, formerly known as Prince, the artist Prince. Genesis, formerly known as Planetary Tech 5, it is partnering up with Starkitect. We had to go back and look at Starkitect, and basically the library there's a logic, the AI logic. There's a library it will pull from based on the environment. It will set the rules. It will scatter and dither the points of interest on the planet as the Genesis system molds the planet, or the particular distinct planet and its systems. And that's the thing. It's, Chris preached this for years. The tools. Well, what's taking so long? We're making the tools. The tools is going to help us in the long run when we're talking about producing things and the production of things and the uptick of completion of things. But I also suspect that it may feed into or create better optimizations as well as stability. That's yet to be seen. That's a debatable thing, right? But I wholeheartedly agree that we may see a higher production in things, but also the way that they're going in and actually, I don't want to say, well, no, not redact, but retcon for production reasons. So we looked at Castra, we looked at Terra, and you compare it to Pyro. Pyro is a huge system. You compared it to Stanton, a huge system. When you compare those two systems to Nyx. You compare Nyx with Stanton and Pyro, and you look at Castra, you look at Terra. At the maximum, there's 4 planets. The max is 4 planets. That's a clever way and a thoughtful way to say, okay, 4 and below, probably like the lowest number is 3 planets. Highest number is 4 between Castra, Nyx, and Terra. that does insane. That's awesome in the sense of when you're creating and building out these systems. We should have more fuller and richer locations, but yet probably the production time is maybe fractional in comparison to what they've been doing over the past, especially with Pyro. Pyro took years. This is not going to be that situation now, and that's the funny thing. I suspect that map will be beyond Terra and Kasha. If they keep it within the year, so be it. But there's a chance that we see some systems on there that's like, whoa, that will be the telltale sign that this new approach to how they're building planets is going to be the definition of them really expanding on this simulated universe. The Oasis, the Ready Player One. You're spread out. You're doing other things. You're discovering things because you're out there by yourself. It's a big deal, Data Freak. The Starchitect, where you can, there's an algorithm. It pulls from a library. And then the further development on Vulkan and optimizations. And then the dynamic server meshing helping with those optimizations. So but they saying it's promising. You're kind of seeing the splash page when you go into the Game Meister. You're seeing the rhetoric. You're seeing the narrative of the terraforming is shown as promising. They've taken Nyx 1. They're infusing the development in reality to the lore and narrative inside the game. So they're combining and creating a big event out of this. Good stuff. Data Freak, I have to agree with you. Terra is going to have a lot of important hero locations, but those are designed by a different team than the one that is managing the planet generation. Yes, they're segmented, so they're attacking in segments and divisions. But their whole objective is getting it done, which I think is great for production. And it's a great way to collaborate as well and to work as a team and depend on each other. And Shimpasa is Nyx kind of boring for you, or is it just me? It's not you. I think it's them setting up the framework. It's the process, Shimpasa. That's what's going on. They're setting the precedent for the process, right? They're getting it in. They're optimizing it. They're making sure the framework is set for it. But I also believe that down the line, they're also going to have interiors that you can, or places you can live in Nyx. But yeah, I think the framework is being set up. I think Nyx, the finishing of Nyx is next year. Hence why you feel as though, and to some extent, yeah, I agree, because you just mine, you just go to land, you fly around. It's an asteroid field, right? But Nyx 1 and Nyx 2 will be the two places. Now, granted, based on what I was mentioning, was that it's only 2 planets and a gas giant, but the opportunity to bring in so many pinpoints of activities and things to do in Nyx that you'll probably be so immersed with mission givers and things to do and exotic locations within Nyx 1 and Nyx 2, you probably don't want to go anywhere else because it's that immersive, because they put that much content in, because it's a smaller footprint when you compare it to Stanton or Pyro. For right now, yeah, what they need to do for now is optimize. But next year when they drop Nyx 1 and Nyx 2, everybody and their cousins are gonna be in Nyx 1 and Nyx 2. And now they're terraforming it to make it habitable, which they're going to overlay a big event in there where there's potential of them revealing the battle cruiser as well. I wholeheartedly believe this. It's going to really open things up. And I think from there, Shimposta, you're going to see that's where the process is we're going to open it up to change what you're feeling and what you actually see as far as the lack of activities in Nyx 1 and Nyx 2. It's definitely going to change by next year for that.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, the Genesis terraforming project is starting. Data Freak, you're right. The Genesis terraforming project, it's in total conflict with the People's Alliance, the people who went to Nyx to get away from the Messers, that era of that regime of dictatorship in the United Earth Empire. They had to get away from the Messers for their sanity. His philosophies did not gel with theirs. And, Nyx was an abandoned system, and they claimed it for themselves. But then again, you're making this claim, but is it an official claim? There's a basis for an argument here. It's within the realms, within the UEE's territory. But here's the other caveat. The People's Alliance can come back and say, hey, but yet you've abandoned this system. You deemed it as not profitable, so you unchecked it on your charts of, hey, this is our system. You disowned it, and now you want it back after we've claimed it. Hence, there is going to be a conflict between the People's Alliance and the people of the United Earth Empire. It's going to happen. It's setting up a precedent for a conflict.
Quantum travel engaged.
I stand with the People's Alliance. I think,
Quantum
man,
travel complete.
revealing my cards, man. I think they've made it home. They've established themselves. But the other argument is it stable? The UE will say, is it stable? Are you able to defend it? You're not able to defend it because look at the attacks by the Vandal and the adjacent system.
Engaged.
We cannot allow you to be our last line of defense because you are a weak link that will allow the Vandal to come in and break the security of the UEE, because this system could potentially fall because you are not strong enough to defend it. We need to be here, and by us terraforming Nyx 1, we're actually doing you a favor by helping to protect its citizens. So by those rules, we're taking over Nyx 1, martial law. We're claiming martial law because this is a threat to national security, United Earth Empire security. There's a lot of debating that's going to happen with this. And I think it's going to get into a heated battle, and I think there's potential of a conflict, and then the stalemate is potentially Vandal could come in and neutralize the different parties and the disagreement in themselves. So maybe they may forge an alliance between the People's Alliance and the UEE. They will recognize them as their own entity, but under the United Earth Empire's umbrella of protection and coordination, right? But at some point, it's got to come to an agreement after the conflict. I think the determining factor or the common denominator is we must guard ourselves against the Vandal.
Please proceed to...
Data Freak, wait. He said that the UEE, United Earth Empire, is paying the Vandal to attack Nyx so they can take it away from the Alliance. You damn right. You damn right. Oh, 7 Vickers. Eminent domain. Oh, wow. Oh, eminent domain. Ouch. Man, this system ain't worth a damn. We're coming in. We got this. Jurisdiction. Martial law, baby. Martial law. Yeah, I see a conflict brewing, though. And that in itself is going to be played out. There's going to be some hurt feelings, too. Hopefully, the Vanduul can kind of neutralize both sides and bring some neutrality, some agreements, some signage of treaties because of the attacks by the Vanduul. Hopefully, that will neutralize the two. If not, it'll be bad blood, man, for generations.
Landing complete.
Oh my God. Or is it the Vanduul, Data Freak? I think it's the Vanduul. Oh my gosh, man. This is what it's about, man. These immersive narratives that brings the game into a simulated reality. I love it. Love, love, love it. And I think with the help of the lore team, as we get more systems in, it's going to be nice. One thing I hope, moving to talking a little bit about Terra, once that's established, there's a feature that I want them to bring to the table. I hope that they bring buoyancy to the 890 jump, and to see them docked on the waters like a real pier, a water pier, and being able to dock the ship, and the usage and the features that is buoyancy for the 890 jump. That would just be the cherry on the top for that location, to see those 890 jumps lined up and have those waterfronts. Would there be a conversation of like ownership for some of those piers, or to lease those piers? I don't know. Maybe it'll be a thing of buying in, or have a reputation to dock there based on missions givers accomplishing things, or having catered parties serving as dinner parties for dignitaries that you have to adhere to in order to dock your ship there, right? Or yeah, that would be. And so when they see the 890 there, it's with the understanding that their favorite, there's kickbacks and favors being done behind the scenes to allow them to dock their ship there. I would love that. But yeah, they really got to emphasize the narrative of luxury for Terra. The items. I think it should be expensive to live there. The premiums that you would have to pay to stay there, to have a home base there, it should be a premium to live in Terra. It's a privilege to live in Terra. And it's that elitist attitude about it too, right? I'm telling you, I don't own the ship. I'm not. I don't. Do I have any origin ships? I think I have the 8. What is that? The G12. But there's people who are passionate about the manufacturer, and I think it's about, you know, feeding the narrative of the luxury class. There are ships that are based on luxury, and I think it goes well for the lore. That is Terra, how you go about your business in Terra. You gotta feed the beast, man. You gotta feed the narrative and the lore, and role play it to the hilt. You know, you have to. I thought I gotta put it in my backpack because I have, I think, 2 things on my. There we go. Oh man, looks got some damage here, man. Wear and tear. Look at that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. Shut the door. Repairs not needed. Let's see here. Look at that. What do you mean not needed? You gotta be kidding me. Look at that. Trying to buff it out, man. Need my ship detailed. Oh, you played it in. Oh, you've seen it in VR. Holy smokes! Yeah, Meister. It's got to be. If not, it's not Terra, and it's a premium to live there. So, yeah, 4 times the rate. I know Origin owners are like, what? What did you just say? Yeah, 4 times the rate to live there. It's a bragging right, you know. Say you live at Terra. Everybody and their uncle wants to move to Terra once it's brought online. So that's got to be premium.
Welcome.
And so when because you got to be able to brag, right? So you're like, hey, I live at Terra. You come by and check it out, and yeah, luxury everything. Even the price of food everything should be at a high. Oh shit!
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
Oh god, my. Okay, let it be. I might have to claim it. Oh, I was off a kilter, man. Might have to claim that thing. Let me look. But yeah, the food should be at a premium. Everything in.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Okay, it's stored. Everything should be a premium in Terra. Period. But I mean, it's going to be like super luxurious everything. I would say, like, when you buy armor at Origin, there should be a special line of armor and things that's Origin based. I don't know, or a luxury line of attire, and you got to really. I think when they release Terra, it's got to be really drummed up to. It was empty. Yes, Data Freak. Definitely. I made sure it was on that freight elevator, huh? But yeah, everything drummed up to that luxurious quality. Yeah, these landing zones will have to be reimagined, kind of like what they did with Nyx. You can condense some of these things and probably utilize or balance out all this extra space with maybe interiors, right? Who knows? But yeah, a faster way to pick up your items and go. But most importantly, find efficiencies and optimizations. Oh, dude was late on the train. All right. Yeah, another thing, I don't know what they're going to do or when we're getting the updates to the Stanton locations. I question what will Genesis be like. Well, Genesis, I think it's the natural planetary stuff. I don't know. It could be buildings as well, a part of Genesis. I don't know. Updating the architecture, Starkitect. Well, it says Starkitect, so I think that's where. I think Genesis could be the flora fauna side of it, right? And Starkitect could be architectural updates, and as well as the placements. But definitely, I can't speak for CIG, but it's just conversation. But it's going to be interesting when they reveal, give us a little peek inside of what's coming for next year with this technology. And I think that's going to be on the table for Jared to kind of give us information, provide us information, and talk with the devs about Starkitect in its detail. Genesis, I think the visuals, it's going to be one of those things where they don't want to show too much, but at the same time we want to say, hey, I want to see what's going on. All right, let's get rid of the cheaper stuff first. $7K for that. That's not bad. 8 units, 33 grand. Agricium, not too bad. Bit of aluminum.
Guess she was short on time and really trying to drum up that just as shit. Turned her down. She was
6K.
I mean, now I'm wondering.
Terranite, we kind of know that. That's not bad.
Jesus, all the booze and drugs these kids do.
Terranite's always been pretty good. Okay, now, oh, it's more Terranite. Nice. It's not a bad haul, man.
Everything good?
All right, these are the newer ones. So for, let's see, for Lindenium, it's 4 units, 97K. That's pretty good.
Stunning. Can't be serious.
Life's been good to you recently.
And then Torite, there's 8 units, 17. So Lindenium is definitely the go-to. Definitely Lindenium. It's
Hello. Oh, I got stuck in a customs jam
You
outside
can't
Lawson.
control life.
Sat there
Just
for
gotta live it
hours
the
while they
best you
sifted
can.
through every single
Should I
shit.
take a chance with this?
Found any tighter, you could play 'em like a guitar.
Processed food. Let me see.
Been
That's the
hanging
way
out
it
at
is
my cousin's
sometimes.
place. Don't know if you would have met her. Good egg, that one. Anyway, she's out on some business thing in Terra for the next month or two, so I'm staying at her place. You know, water the pets, feed the plants, that sort of thing.
Going and coming, right?
Can't be serious.
one. Let's see. Oh my God. Food. Oh my gosh. So that's going to be residual income investments right there. Oh, well, yeah, I looked it up, Data Freak, but the base building is procedural. There's a procedural process. I talked about it yesterday. I'll pull it up again. I'm gonna bring it up again, Data Freak. This is about bringing the information to the forefront so we all can be informed and stay informed. And again, I myself, I kind of like Starkitect. I don't remember. And I looked it up. But here we go. Let me pull up the roadmap. I'm going to read it out to you. So we hold each other up and keep information fresh because it's so much. And, with the engineering, I thought, it was talked about. And it took a long time for it to get to us. And the only thing I remembered about it was dude was running up and down the hallway with fuses. And I'm thinking I don't like it because that's what I thought was engineering. And speaking with Skyhawk, he's like, no, man, that's not engineering. I said, dude, I don't remember. And then sometimes things will change with the features and data, right? If they find that there's a better idea on something, they're going to go with it. So it's on it's in the window of 1.0. I'm going to read it out to you and you let me know if it fits. Okay, now they do have base building. It's separate from Starkitect. So I'm going to read out the base building first. All work encompassing the ability for players to construct and maintain bases, including resource generation, commerce, and customization. I think that has some maelstrom involved with that when they talk about the customizations. Now I'm going to go to Starkitect. But they do have building interiors here. Yeah, Castra has two planets. Terra has 4 planets. So yeah, it's very doable as far as production. And I'm definitely going to say that we're going to see some other systems on the roadmap. I'll put that out there. I don't know why I'm scrolling. Okay, core. It's obvious. It's core tech. Okay. Okay. Data Freak. Here it is. Genesis. It's blending Genesis. It's under the scope of Genesis. The Architect, though, it's a new tool that scatters ground locations based on environmental and designer data to populate the world of Star Citizen at an unprecedented scale. So there's some procedural processes there, but I would guess to say that the framework that allows when you say ground locations, I think that is the basis for base building. That kind of infrastructure, that is Starchitect. Starchitect is more procedural. It follows a certain rules. It pulls from a library. Very similar with base building, but those spaces are carved out, or you have to kind of determine if that space is available, like a cargo grid for base building. But then those kind of tools that they have for Starchitect, it's in your hands, and you're able to, with the use of Maelstrom, custom build or set it up a certain way. You have maybe some options based on how you configure things. But yeah, I think the framework is probably essentially the same thing, but it's more of, it feels like less procedural, more custom, because it's in your hands. So I think you have a valid point there, but I would say it's not exact, but there's similarities, because one is procedural, the other one will let you craft based on a predetermined or set location that will allow you to build there. So yeah, there's some validity to that statement. Yeah, interconnected. I like that word. I when I looked over there, that sums it. Interconnection. Yep. I understand they are separate on the roadmap. I'm saying they are interconnected, kind of like how item 2.0 persistence and server meshing are still connected. And furthermore, with server meshing, taking or leveraging the server meshing and creating an instance within, it's like a bubble server usage of server meshing to create instancing. Yep, a parallel there, right? Starchitect will need to be in the game for base building to be implemented. Yes, we are in agreement. So I do love that statement, Data Freak. I see why you call Data Freak. Freaky for that data. I'm gonna stop. It's like, man, really? Pretty good stuff, man. Good conversation. Again, scam. This is thought invoking stuff and concepts, and you're going to say you're going to invest this, you're pouring these concepts in, and then you're just going to say, I'm going to walk away, I'm scamming. You wanted to go for that alien look. Oh, he's saying I'm stinky. He said I'm stinky. The Red Hawk over here. Oh, she brought back dancing. They took it away, man. What's going on? Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, they are setting things up and they're knocking them down. But I feel real good about the aspects of Castra and Terra. The footprint. Doc Samson. I know, right? With the green hair. I love Doc Samson. I thought he was a cool concept for the comics. With the green hair, the outfit with the lightning bolts. That would be fun to bring him into the Marvel Universe. Doc Samson. The gold boots, the red shirt, the blue pants. Yeah, it was. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, this guy has. Is there any way to knock him out and take that Meyer backpack? Look at that. I got it. Oh my gosh, he's got a Meyer backpack. Look, I'm following him. I'm following this guy. Look at that. I gotta see if that's Meyer. Oh my God, he's got the Meyer backpack. He's got the Meyer backpack, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Look at that. He's got the Meyer backpack. Yes, I am. I am. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I want that Meyer backpack so bad. Oh, I want it so bad. Oh. See, that's a telltale sign right there. Loot, rare loot. People will go after it. Put mission walls behind it. Yes. That's a recipe for grinding. But I don't want it to be a cheat code for something, right? I think it's visual aspects. There's enough visual aspects to, you know, if people want things and.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
But definitely loot goblin.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Vehicle selected.
I think people who get frustrated with this particular or X feature not being in the game yet, or that something hasn't been updated for so long, they don't understand the level of interconnectedness, or what they call what is that term they use? Dependencies. Yep, interconnectedness of all these core systems. We need this new planet tech before they start implementing new planets. We needed server meshing before we got new systems. It's a stack of technology, which is an elaborate explanation to dependencies. You can't have one thing because that one particular feature is dependent on the foundational piece of the game. And it's like the unwillingness to digest that by some of us. Some of us don't want to digest that, and they rather go on a rant, this narrative rant that becomes toxic. But then when you sit down and tell them how the sausage is made, their eyes roll in the back of their heads and like, ain't nobody got time for all that. It's like, you don't want to entertain that. You let them rant. You let them go off, right? Because more than likely it's going to be the next thing that sets them off or send them in a tizzy. It's always going to be something that sends them in the tizzy. So, but yet, here we are. They're still around, and they wanted to let you know they're upset about the game. 5 years later, they still want to let you know they're upset with the game. 10 years down the line, they're still around. They still want to let you know they're upset with the game. It's like, okay, you are really mad. Have you tried moving on? Have you tried that? Have you tried that? Would that help? Would that help? Just moving on. Would that help? They're like, I don't want to do that. Misery loves company. Misery loves company, man. But again, I respect their opinion. It's theirs. There's free speech. No problem here. There's checks and balances, right? So everything has checks and balances. And so they're feeling as though, hey, I'm keeping them honest. That's fine. I'm okay with it. But don't demonize me if I'm saying, hey, this is what I'm looking at. You don't have to agree with it. We just don't agree. I don't dislike you or make it personal. It's like, well, these are the things I'm seeing, and what you're saying not matching. And I'm definitely not on the same page with the conspiracy theory stuff. Like, this engine alone would garner hundreds of millions of dollars. Elevator overloaded. Let me split that. Yeah, so is that an elevator bug? This might be. But yeah. It does love company. But it's you listen to it and say, okay, where is the validity? Where is it valid? Where does it make sense? And say, okay, that makes sense. Or wait a minute, this person's off the rail because they're coming with this conspiracy theory. But yet I'm looking at the engine, and the engine by itself. If Chris wanted to cash this out, man, and someone else take the glory or the credit for this, hey, he has that choice to do that. But for him to do that would be ludicrous. He said it. We were just going over this. This is another fact. The man was literally in tears on stage, and to go through, and his wife was there. This is another child. I have another child. His wife was like, what? That does not equate. Are you crazy? I have a third child, and it's named server meshing. And you're saying he's going to give that up? That doesn't make sense, man. Yeah, I don't get this. 4,000 processed foods. I'm trying to make some mint on this one. And on my way back, I want to make money on both. The round trip, I want to make, each way I want to make money. I don't get it why I cannot hold this capacity. I'm kind of, 4,000. That's why. Look at that. I see it now. 4K. I just saw that little detail. Yes, 4K. Yes. So each residual amount is a drip feed of profitability here. This is a job for the MISC D or E. Seriously. And this was another complaint. He was like, why would I load all this and unload all of that amount? I think John Crew had that conversation about the MISC Hull series, that they reduced it by a certain number in order to go from a cross configuration to an X configuration that will allow the ship to land. And people were like, well, they were already, upset about having to load and unload. No one has all that kind of time. So, yeah, 4K. So this ensures that I'll make residual income on the one way, and then the other way back, I'll make some income. Yes, she is Data Freak. She's going to be in Squadron 42. Again, Cloud Imperium Games, the entity. Let's say Squadron 42 is a rolling consensus success. I think Chris wants to redeem himself with Wing Commander. Not to say that it was super, super bad. It's like pizza, man. I'm gonna give it a go. If it's good pizza, bad pizza, I'm gonna try a couple of slices, right? I say he really wants to. I think he has the ability to make his mark in making sci-fi films, right? And that's another itch he needs to scratch again, right? Because he did the Wing Commander movie. I think that's the capping off of coming back to games, going back to movies, integrating it all. Can you see the credits? Cloud Imperium Games presents Squadron 42. It could be a series. I would say I would say this. The producer of The Expanse, he and Chris worked together with David Haddock. They all worked together and come up with a marriage between Squadron 42 and The Expanse. And just whether it's a series that can be picked up by Amazon because they already kind of have a relationship with Amazon. I don't know, man. Those, again, the opposite of a scam is the possibilities, the ideas, dreaming big. I could definitely see a Squadron 42 series or a one-to-one experience of the PU with, living in the verse. Star Citizen, the series. And have a group of people just flying in the systems, encountering things, working with the UEE, getting in trouble with the UEE. Who knows, man? Having the one-to-one experience with the TV series. I think there was a TV series that tried to do that. It was by Sci-Fi. I can look up the name for you. I don't know why I don't remember it. I remember the character name. His name. I'm not gonna give it away first before I call it. Okay, I got the name of the series. It was on Sci-Fi. It was called Defiance. They made an MMO game out of it, an online experience with it called Defiance. The character's name was Daytak Tar. But it was a one-to-one, the game and the TV series. I enjoyed Defiance. Sci-Fi had so many good shows and they can't mothball them. But yeah, I could see Star Citizen, the TV series. If Squadron 42 does well, which I think it will. Oh, you played it, Data Freak? You played Defiance? Very cool. Oh my gosh, we're hitting on all cylinders. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna bio break. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, I hit a note. Firefly, yes, because Firefly was a cult classic. I still think of the Freelancer as the ship for the Firefly. Again, it opens the door for a variant for Myst to make one. right. Yeah, I think speaking of the other side of that spectrum of, you know, the take on how do you feel about Star Citizen, I can make an assessment of myself. I think I play it because I see things that improve. Granted, I've come across numerous times where I got frustrated or something didn't work right, or I talked about to someone about the game. I would kind of brag on it to bring them in and share the experience that I was sharing, and then it would act up on me, and that was like embarrassing and made me upset about it. But what kept me coming back was seeing the differences in where it was in a year. From year to year, it would change. The drive and the conviction of delivering upon the things that they said that they were going to do. Sometimes it would take some time for it to develop, and then sometimes it would. At times there was a point where we were left in the dark, and then the frustrating thing was the lack of communication on things. But guess what? There was nothing for them to really say other than we haven't figured it out, or we don't know what the heck is going on, which would probably set off a big or ignite a huge fire of comments of why am I here? What if they can't figure this out? Oh, this is doom and gloom. This is the end. But still, with that said, I felt that there was some things that, you know, could be updated, whether it's Spectrum or, hey, we're still trying to figure this thing out. But with that said, they continue to build, they continue to improve, they continue to capture our attention with creative ways to do things, innovative ways to do things, unlike any other video game. As of late, we've seen where improvements were happening, updates were happening at a much higher clip, much faster pace, which garnered more excitement. We've seen, or we kind of speculated, well, this will take this time, and lo and behold, it came out quicker than we imagined. Things were developed and put in our hands at a much faster pace. 07 Ramprint, I feel like it's getting better, and it's going to keep getting better. What's coming up in spring should make it super fun. I would agree, Ramprint, with the 3 items that are coming within the first quarter, starting with the new updated inventory system. I think that in itself, it gives you those RPG elements, MMO elements of your inventory, and it at the first part of it, it was very busy. I didn't like what I saw, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't like it. It looked too busy, and I had to think about what was I looking at. Fast forward, I think I have a picture of their most recent iteration of it. Let's see. I sent someone a picture of it. They were like, "Is this new?" I said, "No, this is like their current, or the most recent." Let me see if I can copy the image. I'm gonna put it into chat so you all can see it. And I said to myself, I do like what I see. Hopefully I can send it to myself. Okay, there it is. I did like that view. It was it was much cleaner. There's the 2 links to it. I did like it. I really did. I thought it was much cleaner. And that's coming the end of January. And keep in mind, that's just them working and refining it. I think those are the latest images, but I think when we get to a point where it's about to go into our hands, we're going to see it much more refined. But I'm eager to see the video of like how's it work in video, right? I'm excited about that. It means the world we interact with in Star Citizen, that inventory system will help us keep track of that data or that information and those physical items much better. And hopefully it will be more intuitive than what we have. That's what I'm banking on and I'm excited about. Ramprint is saying, of all the things my faith ever wavered in, is them figuring it out wasn't part in it for me. They had some years of bad management, but things are moving how they should now. Yeah, and that was the thing of, that was, for me, Ramprint, that was one of those things where Chris Roberts were allowing people to, hey, you say you can do it, you're gonna do it, okay. Oh, he's wrong, chat. No worries. If you're gonna do it, do it. He gave them opportunities to do it. They had credibility, right? They were hired on, and they went with it, and they let them down. It's not all on Chris. And at the same time, you cannot. Here's the other part. If you're going to manage, or if it's your company, you can't. Oh boy, I'll put it this way. Some people have a dictator mindset, and it's like my way or the highway, and they run a real tight ship. And sometimes, I guess for some people, it works. That methodology works. But when you're talking about skilled workers, such as developers, and kind of like with the structure of when we were hearing about bad actors in the industry, horror stories with game companies, the last thing he wanted to be is one of those types of personalities that drew a lot of negativity to that company. So you had some things here and there pop up and saying, hey, they're treating this a certain way, back to work, whether, you hear those things. But overall, you didn't hear that, like, women was being mistreated in these companies, and really unethical things that you would hear about with some of these companies. Lawsuits would start to come out. You didn't get that with CIG. Is any place perfect? No. But you didn't get that. And I think hence why they still have a healthy staff. They're in a place where they're hiring. You look at the work environment, it speaks for itself. Well, the patches they did say if you go to the roadmap, the opening screen on the roadmap will It has a statement. It's on the it's the latest came out on the 17th, and they added those 3 items. The first one was end of January was the okay. So yeah, if you go to the website, I'm gonna link it, chat, so you don't have to look. Search. There's that letter. But yeah, it definitely I see the opposite. We were talking about this earlier. There is a technology stack, and one tech is relying on the other to progress, which is the dependency. The past year has seen a lot of major tech foundational projects come to fruition, and the content releases and systems like engineering are indicative of that. Yeah. You say when you say the opposite, when you say the opposite, Data Freak, what is the opposite exactly? You said the May patch. What's the? So they've only given between January and March. End of January is going to be the inventory system. March is going to be crafting and engineering. But I think they have been working on, like you said, they have been working on the systems in the background, and now they're attaching things. I think give credit to, like you said, someone said, you know, there was issues with management, but I think now, you know, they have your Richard Tyrers, you have your Benoit Beausejours. Man, I can say that like a pro now. Benoit Beausejour. You have them at the helm, CTO and game director. You have Ian Leyland. You have these personnel at the helm who they're comfortable with themselves. There's you look and you don't feel any ego about them, or I don't know them, but you kind of sense that for them it's about being passionate. It's obvious to see that they're passionate about what they do. They're comfortable in their skin. They're comfortable with disseminating the information. They're not in a panic state, and it shows that it looks like they like what they do. So it comes off that way, and it's easy for, you know, devs who work under them or they give direction to. It's easy for them to, they're approachable, right? And when you know what you're talking about, you know what you're doing, there's an ease and there's a confidence that exudes out to your teammates, and they work together much better. Pros. opposite of what Jack was saying, that the technology that actually drives the game towards completion has been lacking. What? Oh, okay. When you said okay, Captain Jack says, let me start by saying that I love this game. I've been playing it for a long time. I understand that much of the past 12 months was focused on Squadron 42. Well, that was since 2018. It was a video that says Sandy and Chris checking in, and he said, hey, I'm going to live in the UK to finish Squadron 42. It's been longer than that. And that makes sense. That said, I'm not happy with the current state of the project. In my opinion, while the past year has seen a strong cadence of content, the technology that actually drives the game towards completion has been lacking. Aside from the recently released engineering system. So I would say to Captain Jack, you have to add the server meshing tech, Captain Jack. Without the server meshing tech, we would not have seen 4.0 and Pyro, right? So when you talk about the server meshing tech, the 30Ks almost went away. It's a rare thing to get a 30K now, Captain Jack. That is a huge piece of the foundational technology, the recovery, right? So if you go back to the letter, Chris was stating this too. With the release of 4.0 to the live environment on January 28th, we moved to a bigger, more performant and stable universe. The frame rates went up. While there was a few hiccups with some legacy systems like the elevators and air traffic control that were built long before server meshing was conceived, server meshing itself has been working flawlessly since the beginning, a testament to the design and execution of the system by our network, back-end, engine, and gameplay teams. Also, they've been leveraging server meshing to do instancing. We started seeing the instancing services. We're going to get the municipal works. You've seen where they've added creatures. They've increased through the usage of server meshing, they increased player counts up to 700. He mentioned that. He said every day it handles tens of thousands of people playing concurrently and shared instances of up to 700 players. For something that simulates everything to the level of detail we do at the scale we do in first and third person, this is truly a mind-boggling achievement. Most other multiplayer games top out at between 50 to 100 players in a much more contained space than we allow you to explore in Star Citizen. And the MMOs with higher player counts in the same instance don't simulate and render the world to the extent that we do. Facts. So the server meshing tech, also keep in mind through the usage of that tech, they released 2 star systems in one single year. He stated that as well. The reintroduction of Levski, I heard someone say that they already had Levski, but due to the fact that they didn't have server meshing, they had to move it because more content was pushing it to its limits. But they wanted to bring back Levski in its most up-to-date version and the most realized version that adhered to its concept. But yeah, server meshing, Pyro, instancing. What else? Salvage. Potentially salvage. The storylines, the bigger storylines that we're seeing in game, that's very interesting too. The Onyx facilities that we're seeing in game, that's proven to be very interesting as well. But yeah, I think there's going to be more things coming down the line that they've been working on. Maelstrom is going to be another one. We closed out the year with the introduction of engineering, which you agree that was pretty good. but what went into engineering to make it happen? It was a lot. The number of ships that they included in this year was pretty substantial. A number of ships. The VR experience. You say no, I don't do VR, but that's another technical hurdle that came out of nowhere, and people are amazed. They're now rushing to the stores to get the VR experience. The people who have VR have played it, talk about how amazing it is. That's another tech hurdle. But at the cusp of 2025, I think for the year of 2025, they've been building up the technology so that I think, let's say you're not all wrong. I think there's still, it's not where it should be, right? And it's not to say that you're totally wrong, but I think that comes with insight of knowing that they took 2025 to work on quality of life, to bring this up to snuff, to really dial down and get it in a better state. I think they worked towards that. Is it 100% super quality of life? No. Is it improved? I would have to say yes. Also, you have to look at the number of patches, the updates that they were sending over to us. But I think in 2025, they were using it as a platform or springboard for 2026. I would say have your eyes fixed on 2026, because all the work that was put in for 2025 is now going to show up in 2026. I truly believe that there was a preparation period. But I wouldn't say Jack is totally wrong, but I would say there's some things you have to point. There's some hits and misses, right? But for the most part, looking at it objectively, they are still working, or they have worked to set things up nicely for 2026. And I think it's one of those things where you have to wait and see. It's not a definitive statement. It's one of those things of, okay, let's see what 2026 will show us as far as CIG setting things up. And I think that's where it's going to reveal, oh, this is why, But yeah, they are working on foundational things to get the game ready towards that 1.0 goal. But yes, you're right. They also been working on Squadron 42 now. That is set up for release for 2026. So until it's out, we're gonna wait and see when that's official. But this is what they've been working on. But I think it's leaning a little more to the glass half full, because they've been prepping. I truly believe they've been prepping. But 2026 is going to be the year where they really, really dial in and show us that, hey, it's been all about us setting ourselves up for success, and now we're ready to lay down these foundational pieces. But yeah, that's what he said on the what's on the horizon. And I think give him a credit for when he did the CitizenCon Direct, because everybody was speculating about Nyx, that it was going to be 2026 or at the end of the year, and he said right on the opening prologue, he was like, Nyx is next month. And people was like, but was it fully Nyx? No, it was partial Nyx. And it goes back to what Shimpasta was saying earlier. He said, yeah, we got Nyx, but does it feel flat? He's got a point. You go to the location, there's asteroids, you can mine there, there's probably some debris to salvage, but there's no planets, it's just the landing zone. But it's the location, right? There's a mission giver there that deals with these mercs who are harvesting Vandal bodies for the Crazy Doctor and the Onyx facilities, right? And the NPCs are a little spicy, and you have Vandal ships, but core technologies, It's mainly been server meshing and the preparation for dynamic server meshing. So it's almost like a not complete. You can't check the box to say totally that they've innovated because it's not in our hands. But I can say that they've been working behind the scenes to prep things up. Hence why Chris is saying 2026, we're dropping it. ASD Onyx is one of my favorite in games. I think, with that EVA mission, I want to see more EVA things to do. Data Freak, I want to see more of that, those missions with EVA. Take advantage of that, leverage that, put that more into the game, right? Because it slows you down. It makes you, maybe you go through a facility EVA to get to the gravity generator, and then you have to fight your way out. Put a narrative to that to make it interesting. But yeah, have the gravity generator become a part of a mission giver. Why not? We're still waiting on the quantum system, right? Quantum travel system. The star map is a little frustrating. You can tell it's feeling its age, where you're kind of like you're in this open world, but you're on rails with how you travel. And if it's not just set up perfectly, it's not going to work right. Oh, no fuel. It's not going to work right. The economy system is another feature that we so sortedly need. And I think it's some of the recent conversation. Oh, the Vulcan tech. Let's throw that in there too. That has been amazing. The Vulcan tech, which will Vulcan allowed them to do VR. So that's a notch over there on, that's a checkbox right there for CIG. The cargo system, right? That's another bit of innovation in itself. The freight elevators, that's an EVA that you can now, with the MISC ships, you can click the cargo outside. You don't have to land the ship or dock the ship. You can, send it over to the cargo grid in EVA. That's another technological hurdle overcome to help with cargo drop-offs. Haven't got my rep up high enough to do Vandal Smuggler. I've been chipping away at the rep grind. I'm about halfway there, just taking my time with it so it doesn't feel like a grind. Yes. And the persistence of it, that's another technological feat right there, Data Freak, that it sees your progress. So it's opening the doors foundationally for reputation. That's another hidden thing. It's like it's there, but it's not there, but it's under the scenes. How is it that it's still allowing you to rep up, incrementally? It sees you. There's persistence there. So you're stating something of a foundational piece that's in Star Citizen. How we're repping up. Now things are becoming persistent due to the fact of the data updates, right? It lets us, it allows us to build out rep and incrementally, pick up where we left off. That's a good point. And that's a subtle reminder that the tech is there. The fact that you're stating that you're chipping away at things and it sees your progress towards it, and you can't arbitrarily just grab it, right? You're chipping away at it, and you see the progression. That's a persistence thing. it's subtleties that we don't see behind the scenes, I think that's one of the things that I've been liking about the recent progress is that CIG they're not advertising everything. I think I had a conversation with Skyhawk, and he talked about he was like his vitals were almost like 4%. He zeroed out. He made it to the hospital facility, and he was laid out on the floor, and the system could have dropped him back to his spawning point. He was another system away. Do you know that a freaking NPC, I think a security guard, came in the room, grabbed him, and put him on the bed? And I'm like, excuse me? What did the kid say? Dude, you capping, man. You capping. It blew him away. He was like, what just happened? He said, I got to tell you this, man. I got to tell you this. You might be mad that I let it out. But yeah. I'm like, what? Shut the front door. I don't know if there's anyone else that experienced that, but yeah, he said that happened. He was. They didn't make no announcements of that. There was no announcements on that. How did that freaking happen? How did that go down? I'm like, what? Yeah. I was like, okay, is that something new? was that a bug? I don't know what to call it, man.
Launch complete. Quantum travel.
Right, yeah. 07 February. We're gonna see the Siege of Orson come back. Elliot Maltby, he's gonna be working on that. And I didn't know that was his first introduction to the studio at Cloud Imperium Games. I thought that had so much potential, right? But it did not have instancing. So can you imagine not having interruptions in that and having everything in place so that when you interact with it, it works accordingly? No one has walked over the landmine that you were supposed to walk on in the game, and now you're going to get this instance version of the Siege of Orson. I would imagine that he's going to probably add some spiciness or some little extra layers that we didn't have in the previous version. But it's going to be interesting for him to go back and utilize the new server meshing technology of instancing to give us that experience. I'm looking forward to that. I think Siege of Orson, at its first inception, had so many issues with it, but at the same time, just as much as the issues, it was that much fun and interesting to go in there and get after the NPCs. So I would love to see how they leverage the advancements in their technology, and it's still fresh in my memory of the Siege of Orson, that it's going to be easy for me to do that comparison and see those variations and those improvements. I'm looking forward to that. If it's not an improvement, I would be shocked, disappointed, but I expect to see a marked improvement with the new technologies that they're using and how it will leverage all aspects of mission givers going forward. Like, for example, the municipal works where you go down and clean up the pipe works, that kind of thing with the new instancing services. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Correct, Ramprant. The technical stuff. They no pressure but pressure. They got to clean it up, and when they reintroduce it, all eyes will be on them. All eyes will be on them. But I think going forward, they have a great opportunity to explore different aspects of mission givers, but also foundational mission givers. Case in point, if I had to interject an idea, I think I spoke with several of you about this, but I brought up the opportunity. You remember those huge warehouse facilities they actually put on the planets and moons, and they kind of talked about how they had the lower depths to them. They had several layers to them. They went underground, but they was these huge facilities. And it's kind of like there was this conversation about CIG will make something and then it goes away. They'll talk about it, they advertise it, and then it's not talked about anymore. I think this is one of those cases where those huge warehouse facilities that house a lot of cargo and things of that nature, planet side, moon side, on the surface, I would love that to become a hub for people to say, okay, post-base building, picture this, post-base building, you can have a number of bases. I would assume that we're going to get a number of bases, not just one. But as far as that facility, now when it comes to storage, you have tier 0 storage at your base. But when you want to actually rent out more space, that space is rented at those large facilities. So you have foundational potential missions to kind of spring up in your face as you go to access or go to obtain certain items from that facility, and things that are being sold. Maybe it's where they have an open air market outside the facility where people sell their wares from crafting, but inside the facility you have storage locations. But lo and behold, as you're going in to procure your items, a robbery may take place due to information seeping out that there is going to be a shipment of Behringer rifles, the physicalized data, or loot, rare loot is being dropped. And you have people come in to pillage and loot, and you're caught in the middle of a firefight between the UEE, guards, security, and the pirates. So you're at a fork in the road. You're at the crossroads. Do you side on the side of the pirates, or do you fight, or you fight for yourself, or do you fight for the UEE and get rewarded? Possibly, more than likely, they'll see you as an enemy, and so you have to fight them. You won't have a choice, and by fighting back, or maybe finishing them off, you get rewarded by the UEE. But it's random things that could take place. It could just be, business as usual. You pick up your stuff and you go, right? So you prepare. But I would love to see that, those cargo centers or those warehouses. Yeah. 07, Finra. It's foundational, and it should be mission givers that happen. There should be transactions, things being sold, bought in those locations as well. Making all things UEE as opposed to just everything is based on the UEE. I think there's room for that idea to happen. There's space for, literally, there could be, the Lord can go in, retcon, there's neighboring planets that rival each other, societies that are outside of the UEE that exist, civilized people who are not a part of the United Earth Empire further out. And within that system you have rivals, and the space between is the battlefield, and every now and then it comes planet side. Dropping off goods. And this piece of technology right here cannot be ignored. Transitioning from one server to the other via the jump point, like the magazine, this never gets old, man. Another level of travel, and it fits perfectly in a themed or a sci-fi genre like this. A magnificent feat. And they talked about this for a while, and it looked kind of weird when they first showed the demo, but this, they nailed it. And then you have it paired with Pedro Camacho, and I'm like, he's got the right people around him, man. He's surrounded by the right people. It passes the eye test. It passes the ear test. I'm interacting. I'm maneuvering. I'm actually flying through this thing. The music coincides with the experience. I can't dumb this down, man. It'd be weird for me to try to dumb this down and try to overlook this. Like, it's meh. I'd be lying to myself. I'm not gonna do that. And remember when we first entered Pyro through the jump points? That was crazy. Yeah. You running, you'll kiss those asteroids and the debris, but come on, man. Come on. That was like, what? Yeah, independent systems, very different narratives, as well as Ramprint. Did you watch CitizenCon Direct? And this was on purpose by them, right? Because this is in my mind. I'm looking at Genesis, and I'm like, oh, wow. I'm looking at the swamps. I'm looking at the huge redwood forest, a la Return of the Jedi, right? I'm looking at all this, the mist of moisture on the ground level in the jungles. And then they gave us that little snippet of a truly alien looking world, like these trees that had these bubbles of moisture in them. They were shiny. I don't know what the hell that was, but they did that on purpose, because they could have shown us more alien-like planets in nature, because everything else, as beautiful as it was, we related to it. It looked like a swamp. It looked like a tropical forest. It looked like a redwood forest over in Portland, Oregon, or somewhere, or out of Return of the Jedi with the land speeders. Obvious. We saw mountains for the very first time. That with Castra, and now we saw the Genesis system giving us proper mountains. But they, on purpose, showed us a little snippet of that truly alien-looking world. And I said, God dang it, they got us. They knew it. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Because I wanted to see more of that. And to your point, right. They advertised it perfectly, but you know that statement to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations. Man, that's a mantra, man. That is the most iconic sci-fi slogan out there. You resonate. It's in your DNA now. William Shatner is in our heads, and he's not paying any kind of rent at all. Living free in our heads. To explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go. Now they changed it from no man before. It was the 60s, man, to no one, to go, you know, new generation changed it. But yeah, you get the gist. But those alien planets, the things that they can come up with, and they pair them in with the creatures. Man, what in the world will happen with that? I think that will be that high emphasis on exploration, those encounters, and you know, flora, fauna, unlike anything we're accustomed to seeing. Some people are freaked out about the creatures, right? Because there was this Valakar variant that didn't have any eyes or something. It was really weird looking. It was in a cave, coming out this pool in the cave. It was like a beige color. That was freaky looking. But they're just getting started with that. The possibilities are, it only ends with their creativity. It only ends with us not adding in objective feedback. I think I was talking to somebody too about, you know, the Atlas machine, right? It could be retrofitted with maybe batteries that will help us in high gravity. You know, really, I want to see planets, or I want to feel the effects of planets that have heavy gravity, right? And so if you're walking without a suit with an Atlas, you can only walk. You cannot run, right? And you labor and you feel you're breathing hard, you know, things of that nature. You're really breathing hard, and your hydration goes down really quick because you're in heavy gravity. Your stamina is going to be tested because you're in heavy gravity. So to get around normally, you need that Atlas suit to mitigate the effects of heavy gravity, dense gravity. That's possible. That's within their realm of giving that effect. And especially, can you imagine in an FPS battle? Get behind cover. You walking, hurry up. Oh shoot, get behind cover. Get behind cover. Oh damn, I spawned out of the ship. Uh-oh. See, when I see everybody say, see, you're giving them too much credit, man.
Welcome.
I hope I didn't lose my stuff, man. Oh, unknown. Look at that crap.
Please visit us again.
Everybody's like, That's what you get. That's just what you get. Again, it's not like there are not bugs. Is it frustrating? Yes.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Do they need to improve? Yes. Yep. And I gotta claim it. I'm gonna claim it. I'm gonna see if the items will persist.
Thank you.
I gotta see. That could have been the case. That could have been the case, Ramprint. But I thought, look at that. Oh, look at, there's my ship. Did it close in on me? That's a testament right there. Look, that's my ship. Look, right there. It's called Night Star. No, that wasn't the case. The door, it must have shut on me. I don't know. That could have been the case. I don't know. Is my ship outside there? Let me see if I can pull it and then maybe pull the if there's cargo on it. Let me see. Man. But yeah, that's the name of my ship, Night Star. Let me try something. I'm gonna grab an Aurora.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the port.
Maybe I can commandeer it. That would be cool, though. I know, right? Yes, why not? Again, they're in development. Again, we're holding them to a finished game. We're holding them to it. You're developing. Keep the perspective, keep the objective, and understand what's going on. Keep your head. Don't blow a stack, man. Yeah, frustrating. Disappointed. Yeah, but observe what's going on. This is a dojo for the brain, man. This is about problem solving. We're in the realms of development. There's too many games that have come across us that they've stated this is a finished product. And it's not. Hence why we move on and we don't play it. This is still in development. This is a fact. Hence why these things happen. But there's got to come a point in time when it's feature complete, they can double down on stabilizing. Double down. Here we go. Let's see. That's my ship. Oh shoot, Ramprint. Let's look. Let's look. Oh shit. Be careful. Be careful. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh shoot. Look at that. Ooh. Oh my God. And if I hurry, I could probably park it before the claim takes it. Okay, let me see if I can get out of this shit. Oh shoot. See what happens here. Ooh, this is fun. You gotta admit, this is fun, man. This is freaking fun. Okay, what I need to do is get closer, right? Okay. Dude, push it in without exploding. But what if it falls to the ground and crash? Right? I'm being careful at the same time, right? Or look, if I can open it up with the door open, right? Get down there and open the door, but then it might crash into the ship, but it might just bump it. It just might bump it. I gotta hurry though because I did a claim on it. Ooh-wee. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. I'm still in gravity. There's no gravity in Levski. Come on, ship open. Dang it. Now I might not have a choice but to nudge it, right? Or can I shoot the door open? Oh, I'm in Armistice. I'm in Armistice. Okay, I'm gonna Alt F4, right? To get it to work. To get it to work. Is that, did they send a hot fix? It says install. Did they send a hot fix? Yeah, that I can see that, Randprint. But I'm wondering, everybody, did we get a hot fix? Because now it says install. I'm using the hot fix. Switch it to live. Look, it's all okay. 003. Oh, it's gone. SRV. I know, right? 07 Furcate. Yeah, I was actually using the hotfix, but it switched over, which is strange. Maybe there was a timer on the hotfix. Yeah, hotfix is gone. It's an update. It's forcing an update now. I wasn't able. Could that been the case? I don't know. I know. It's interesting, though. It's interesting. Okay, it's verifying. Yeah, yeah. Okay, it's just about done. That's pretty quick. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon, man. It's verifying. Wow. I'm gonna make up for it with some mining. I'm glad I didn't put everything in those boxes, all those boxes in the ship. Yeah, yep. So could that have triggered it? That's they're working behind the scenes again. It's behind the scenes. But you know what I'm proud of? I'm happy for myself because I didn't get bent out of shape over it. Honestly, it'd have been too easy to blow a stack over what just happened. And long term, they're already talking about doing a server wipe anyway because the exploits have been realized in the economy. So they're going to do an exploit anyway. We're testing right now. We're just enjoying ourselves, having fun. Yes, correct. Because the things on hotfix will still affect live, but it was fixes that they put in the game to improve it. So I guess that hotfix actually now is valid. Interesting though. But yeah, you got to have a certain, I don't know, a sort of way that you look at this development of Star Citizen. Understand that it's still development. You have to. Correct, Rampret. But I think you want them to fix it so then things can be discovered down the line, because I think that's still going to happen, or do a band-aid fix. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, but if it means that it's a foundational fix, go for it. But if the band-aid work, go for it. But foundational, I feel much better with knowing that the structure is okay and it allow us to move on. But yeah, I'm hearing that that's going to come. That's going to be a thing. They put all those Wicklow grinds goals for Idrises. It's past the point of wiping everyone. We're getting breaking news from Kimmy. I guess. I mean, it didn't allow me go. It said update, and I went over to. I should have looked at the. Does anyone? Man, I wanted to see the number, the server number code, because I meant to do that. For the hot fix. I'm trying to look P2. Ooh. Your device ran into a problem and needs to restart. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Oh, the Idrises, they've obtained them. Wow. You can get an Idris from Wicklow? That's insane. All right. Booting up. Device has to restart. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's going to happen. Yep. The salt will flow like sugar. Yeah, it's going to be salt. Oh, Windows, man. Windows doing a thing. Microsoft, the monopoly. The soft monopoly. Okay, and boot it back up. Going back in. Oh, I think it was Windows. Well, no, the hot fix is the hot fix. It gives you, when Windows gives you that, hey, this is updated type of deal. Let me. Now I got a chance to go into the file and change it to live, I think. Here's my chance. Okay, here we go. Now, let's do a verify. Okay, we're back. Woo, it's running. Wait a minute, I broke my PC so Windows can install. What do you mean when you say you broke it? What happened, Ramprint? You're saying you broke your PC, Windows can't install. Is it the SSD? Something wrong with the SSD? That's the only thing I'm thinking. It's like if it can't install, it will speak to the hard drive. Oh, you can clear that. You can delete those partitions. You have to delete them. You're fine with that. Yeah, so you basically will have to do a clean install. But I would say remove those partitions as well. You keep yourself a external drive for your important files, so you can always bring them back. But yeah, you can get rid of those partitions. And just download a fresh version of Windows. Ah, you're on 10. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. Problem solved. Wouldn't it make sense if Windows had a gaming version of this operating system with all the bloat, take the bloat away and just focus it on, give it native Vulkan capabilities, real DirectX 12. I'm hearing there's rumors of that. Had several conversations about that potentially happening. And give people choices with their operating systems. You're right. Look at Todd. Still in Windows 95. Yeah, and how long you kept that PC? How old is the PC? 40 years old. Oh, 07, Tom. Nice. The X12, yeah. Give it a go. Give it a go. Only a few. Yes. Here we go. Oh, the shaders are loading. That's cool. Oh, they're going fast too. That's pretty cool. They loaded up fast. Not your average user here. Nice. Oh, the NT and XP. Yeah, leaking. Oh man, look out for that 640K. You're going back to the Wing Commander days. I had to get a memory manager that runs Wing Commander. Yeah, you see that? It says at the bottom right, Senate to discuss potential Nix reevaluation with the terraformation of Nix underway. Could the UE reverse course and finally claim the system, which is the terraforming of Nix is actually them setting it up for the Genesis system. But then you have in lore. Oh, it's still out there. Oh, the ship is still out there. What? What? Oh, what?
Welcome to the ASOC
Okay.
retrieval system.
All right, let's see. Let's try this a little experiment. Okay, that's unknown. I'm gonna grab the Miss Fury. Let's try the Fury. It's a little small footprint. Oh my gosh. Let's try this. Right? It's going to be a conflict. And, and I think that's where Jarrett was saying where we'll get the first sneak peek of the battle cruiser and who's the manufacturer. I got my vote for Anvil. I say let it be Anvil. And drink something. Oh, call it without a ship and then float up there. Yeah, that's a possibility. Let's see. If it's possible, let's see. I haven't tried that, but that's interesting though, right? Spam it a little bit. It was worth it. Load in like here. This is a fun little ship, man. This is. Show off. Woo!
Today, systems on.
Oh, do I see the ship? Do I see the ship? Could have despawned. I don't see it anymore. Oh yeah, it probably despawned by then. The timer on it. Now, how cool would it be as a testament to persistence? I need to see if the goods are there. I call it back. But if they can fix that, oh my gosh. What a boon. What a boon. I gotta see if that is there or not. I have to.
Systems off.
So are you still working? I'm feeling a little lootish, man. I'm feeling a little lootish. Someone made a homemade handheld Star Citizen. Call us back when you get a ship. Yeah, it's the same hangar because it had the ship. It was out there, but I think the timer it went to 0 on that. Yeah, they're pretty nice, man. I mean, it's fun. It fits into the tack. That's the crazy thing. That's insane. How it fits into the tack. It's fun.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
If you have that thing, you have the missile version, and that's a distractor, man. You launch that thing and you spam somebody with missiles to allow the other ship to get away. Oh yeah. So worth it.
I'm sorry. That's been a valid request.
Huh?
Goodbye.
But yeah, but see, that's the thing. These ships, man, it keeps us coming back. It's hard to look away from these ships.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
It truly is. It's hard to look. Oh, it's there. It's there now. Okay, get something spicy, Ty. Okay, you're not. Oh, you can't play. Okay. Get well, my friend. Get well.
Location.
Get something spicy, man. Can't go wrong with something spicy. Lots of garlic. Garlic. Man, if this has the cargo in it, oh my gosh. I'm like, CIG, but that's the rule right now for persistence. I think that's one thing that's another hurdle they need to overcome. If something like this happens and you have cargo, if they can fix that, oh my gosh. I challenge them to do that, to make that possible. But I'm looking. Uh-oh, moment of truth. Nope. Or let me check the freight elevator. I'm clutching at straws, y'all. At least the marks are out of it. I had those marks on it. Oh, something weird happened though, because the hotfix went live. And it was caught right in the middle of the door. It was weird. Nope. No, that's gone. Not coming back through that door. I'm looking like it's gonna pop up. No way, dude. Rage quit. Rage. That was horrible. Rage. Time to rage. I'm mad. I'm pissed off. Raw. Be like the intelligent Hulk. Roar, roar. Dr. Hulk. Roar, roar. I'm pissed. Roar. I'm mad. So what do? You get back on that horse and you ride. Ride, partner, ride. Ride, ride.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Gotta let it ride. Go buy a double dog. Not yourself when you're hungry. I'm mad. Yeah, lost my cargo. Cargo's gone. Let me check something. Oh my gosh. I'm mad. Lost my stuff. Pissed off. Let me see if I have access to livery. That tells me this is my home. It's still my home. Okay, let me change that. Yeah, I'm still here, man. I'm gonna roll with it, man. Heck, until they fix Area 18, then I go back home. Right? No. That's at the Onyx facility. Let me go ahead and claim that.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
I'm not gonna pay an expedited fee. Oh, it says 0 for expedited.
Thank you.
What else I need to bring up? The Clipper.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
I gotta spam it to get it to work. It's like the...
Thank you.
Bring my ships home. So I can change the liveries on them. I'll keep the salvage ship out there. I'll get it. I don't have a Reliant. Area 18, I'll leave it there. I'll have these delivered. It works for this, but like when you go to claim, it's weird. It doesn't. I'm going to change the liveries on these. Salvation. It's in Area 18. I'll leave it there. Oh hell, I'll bring it home.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Oh, look at that fee. No, I don't need that fee for a minute. $5 on a minute. I'll do a claim on that.
Your
Not gonna pay.
insurance claim has been sent.
4 minutes is not bad. Okay, I think I have all the ships here. Oh, Rambler. Because what I want to do is deliveries.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
I don't want to call the ship. Oh, crap.
Well, please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Just try to do a delivery, that's all. I don't own the Carrack. Okay, let me go ahead and
Your
store
vehicle
that.
has been moved to our storage facility.
Deliver. Deliver. Okay, let me go to the Bovie Glass. I'm going to set up the liveries for it. For the ships. The paint jobs. In other words, the paint jobs. Pisces Rescue. I like that camo for it. Right there. Terrapin, let's see. Delivery. Look at that. I like that Deck the Hall livery. I like that. Something about that military green, man. MPU. Which one is this? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna make that one gray. I like this, man, where it can grab those cargo boxes. Clipper. When I name it, it's gonna say Clipper. Regatta, camo, and cerulean. It looks good right off the box as it is, right? But I'm gonna do the regatta. Something about the regatta looks real cool though. It fits it. Corsair. I like that. Yeah, I already have it set up for that military green. Same thing for the Cutlass blue. It's the Saurian. There we go. Almost the military. I say military green. I love this color on it. It is the best one. The Noble livery. It's that metallic look. Gotta have it, man. I want to see that for the Clipper. It gives me those Mandalorian vibes. Yes. The Gollum Mox, man. I think I was on the fence of wanting to get that because it kind of feeds that Star Wars kind of when you see Star Wars and you've seen it for the first time and it was like, man, it's like those ships, the technology was amazing to see, yet it was amazing to see, but at the same time they were old and worn out, and it's like, man, this is nothing new. You haven't seen this before? No, I haven't seen that before, but it looks so cool. It's like, yeah, this is part of our life. This is what we use. This is fine. And I'm like, what? Yeah. And I think the Gollum Mox and the Gollum feeds that. it really speaks to that. I'm like, how amazing, man. How amazing. And so, yeah, it's one of those, it's so ugly, it's beautiful, man. It's like that. It's so nice to see those bits and varieties of ships that kind of like, yeah, it's the function is there. We understand what the function is, but it's another thing to see how it's done.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Again, it's those ships, man. Those ships are.
Your vehicle
It
has been
highlights what
delivered to the
it's one of the highlighting aspects. It's a highlighted aspect of Star Citizen. Gotta have those ships, man. Oh, the Golem is? I didn't know it was a stealth hauler. Really? I spoke on this, that when they went and created the Argo Raft and the first iteration of it, and then, you know, it was what it was with the Argo Raft, and then they went back and you know, enhanced or updated the ship. All of a sudden it was like fan favorite. People went nuts over it. But man, I could see this with a Meridian metallic look, the black, that looks great. But it's something about this one too, looks so good, man. It fits. And people were like, they looked John Crew right in the face. Jerry said, did you look at the command module of the Drake Caterpillar and use that idea to make the Clipper? No. And people were like, you're lying. No, it was hilarious, man. Because, dude, I'm looking at the profile and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Now I gotta go look at the damn Caterpillar. But when it had that freaking and I think people knew right away they guessed right that it was a Drake ship. But it was something about that silhouette, that profile, it set people off. It was just like, what is that? What is it? And it had so much intrigue. People could not leave it alone. They were like, I don't know what does it do? I don't know. It was kind of like, it almost fell into that category. Yeah, there's a likeness there, man. It's some tweaks though, but yeah, man, it's Drake. Come on. But you know what though? He's right. They have the library. They have the style. This is coming off the Style Guide, of course. It's a no-brainer. It's the style. It doesn't. It's not even a conversation. It's not a conversation. It's definitely the Style Guide. It's that narrative of taking parts and pieces. That's essentially what it is. It's the parts and pieces. It's Drake. It makes sense. Yeah, the wings, and see, that's Drake. The Corsair is Drake. This is a prime and perfect example of I'd say CIG taking the existing parts that's within the realm under the umbrella of manufacturer, and grabbing the pieces and say, hey, look at this. This is a configuration. It's modular. I send in happy holidays, mate. How you doing? I wish they would give the Corsair that wing shrink from the Clipper. Oh, shrink it. Oh, it is wide. Data Freak, it is wide. I have concerns when I come to land that thing in the hangar. It wouldn't hurt it. It wouldn't hurt it at all. I wouldn't be mad at them if they did that. And if I was to add to that, Data Freak, I would say, how come I didn't get these feet on the Corsair? But it's the balance. This is a balance for it. Those feet are a balance for this ship. But yeah, it was the silhouette. It intrigued us. We were drawn in because we started engaging the what is it? What can it do? What does it do? And they did a damn good job of concealing it. Right. I mean, they did an excellent job. And that mystery was not knowing that kept us engaged with wanting to know what did it do. And I think after the reveal, we were able to see it. But then what blew us away was functionality, and they dubbed it to this new pursuit of profession called the generalist. And I'm like, huh? But for me, after the command module part, for me it was about can we almost repeat the concept of the Vulcan, right? Because you look at the Vulcan, ugly ship, so ugly, beautiful, but then it was the first of the true. No, was it? No. It would have to be the Endeavor. I was about to say the first true Swiss Army knife. The Endeavor came out 2012, 2013. It was introduced at Dragon Con in Atlanta by Ben Lesnick. The Endeavor. Yeah, it is the only true Swiss Army knife on a capital ship scale, concept ship, right? If I was to put that into a wording and sentence, whatever, it is the very first capital Swiss Army knife ship. And then came the Vulcan. But it took a while, and years later, we have another Swiss Army knife. And great on them to say, oh, wait a minute, I take that back. Oh, I messed up. Chat, you didn't catch me on that one. I'm gonna fact check myself. Endeavor, right? The first of the Swiss Army knife ships. Endeavor. Then the Vulcan. Here we go. Check this out. The Galaxy. The Galaxy. Right? The Galaxy. With modularity. They kind of do that with the creation of their ships now, modularity, because they're taking the parts, the manufacturer style guide parts, and fitting them together to make a new ship. But yeah, Endeavor that was the first concept of modularity. Then the Vulcan, multi-purpose ships. Galaxy, and now what you see is the Drake Clipper. The Clipper. And people they just fell in love with it. Maybe it was first sight because they didn't know what it was, and it was just an oddity on its own. Yes, Coffee. The Retaliator. It was so subtle with the tally though, because it was kind of like for me, this is just my opinion. For me, when it was introduced, it was like it shoots torpedoes. You need to look out for it in a battle if you're a capital ship, because it can drop torpedoes or missiles or torpedoes and go and leave. And for me, they did not emphasize the modularity of it, but I think it was one of the first who implemented it or the concept of it, right? And say, oh, okay, it can do other things. But finally, they addressed it to some extent and gave us the cargo grid with it, right? Hopefully, there's more to it that they can add to the CAT. Maybe a storage area for ballistics, and you can go from lasers to a higher count of ballistics to do some serious damage. But yeah, the the Retaliator was another one too. Yeah, to your point. But the Caterpillar, now, that's another one, Coffee, that I need to probably drop in that category ahead of the Galaxy, ahead of the Vulcan, right? Possibly ahead of the freaking Endeavor. It all depends on what concept was first. It's probably yeah, that's debatable. But yeah, I think the when it actually was put into the game or the concept. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a he's got a red marker on him. Dude's got, it's a Persei. Staying out of his radar. I picked up on that. My radar picked up on him. He's got a red marker. But yeah. Hey, a paperweight hurts if you throw it hard enough. The tally can swap, but nobody does it. Yeah. No blockers left, Ramprint. Crafting is huge for the Endeavor. Maelstrom. Crafting is, I think it's a bigger deal than engineering, because it involves everything outside of the ship, everything involving flora, fauna, plants, animals, as well as materials. It is so far-reaching, because now the potential is you can interact with your environment and interact with it to the extent that you can synthesize, you can change the state of by mixing combinations. Marshmallow guns, the Nerf guns. Is that what it is? After 4.6, we'll have crafting and ship command modules. No blockers left for the Endeavor. Yeah, the command modules, taking the Caterpillar and merging or connecting that module between the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault. That's a big deal. And I think that's coming. I know that's coming in 2026. Oh yeah, nice coffee. The Space Telescope. Finding anomalies, I think. Is that what it's for, Coffee? The Space Telescope, the particle accelerator. What do you think that will do? What does that, as gameplay, what does that do, the particle accelerator? Could it overclock your components and put it in a better performing state? I don't know. What does that mean? But synthesizing chemicals or pharmaceuticals, that's like both sides of medicine, from medicine to contraband, right? For the Endeavor. It's a two-way street with that. Right? But definitely I would say, do you hold back the Endeavor coffee? Do you want to hold that back for 10 years, or do you want to incorporate the medical bays from the Apollo and the Galaxy, right? You'll have that now. Also, with the crafting and the growing, like Maelstrom system could introduce farming. Do you want to go ahead and do hydroponics that will tie in with base building, synthesizing, contraband and medicine? Do you hold back the Endeavor if you have those things at least? Okay, research the upgrade possibilities. Yes. Could the accelerator do something to the metals to alter them, to bring it into a more, I'm not going to say the word upscale, but into a higher refinement of the substance, or blending in the two? Yeah, I have to agree with Ty. It's going to be the last ship because you have to fully realize everything that's interactable. There's a chance that the Endeavor can enhance in a good and bad way of those items, right? I think with the direction that they're going and the levels of maturation that we're seeing with the shipbuilding team, also you calculate that Squadron 42 isn't going to take them forever, and in between those periods of where they're not literally working on, or they have a chance to come back over to the persistent universe for a bit from Squadron 42 to help, maybe escalate the progress of certain things. That potential is there. It wouldn't be bad. I think it presents itself as a good problem to have when you have extra personnel to assist with the progress regarding your ships. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting what they come up with in regards to the Endeavor. Exotic materials. Okay. Increasing. Okay, so if we go exotic, let's say it's a different thing. Okay, you're fusing or you're accelerating. You're doing things to the atoms of something. Maybe you're increasing the lifespan. That's a potential of the item. You're making it lighter, more dense, as far as like wear and tear. You're increasing its wear and tear for a period of time, right? Extending that period of maintenance. Not where it's impervious to things, but less maintenance. Increasing the potency of certain pharmaceuticals, or you're creating contraband that's illegal, but the black market will pay you Pyro will pay you a lot to have it. If something is bad or it's not created well, they can try to hunt you down because it made people sick, even though it's contraband.
Welcome
right?
to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Actions, repercussions. it's a balance. Your reputation, right? Your reputation could suffer on the unlawful side by them coming after you and putting a hit on you because your product was bad or it hurt the customers, right? But yeah, the examination of the Endeavor, the potential, like with Maelstrom, if the product is not good, it doesn't. You sell it, it fractures. You have a bad batch, in particular. You know, you have good batches that are really good, but there's a check and balance. People need to or be able to examine or put an analysis on the product, and it yields back a narrative of its quality, durability, and it says, okay, it's worth this, or you can barter for it, or get outbidded for it. Those thoughts about the Endeavor can come into play. But for sure, I mean, do you hold it back in its entirety, or do you start to work with its mechanics, like the module the technology that you can use from the command module with Drake and the Caterpillar Ironclad and Assault, that modular command center, some of that tech can move over to the Endeavor to say at least we have a working model for the part of the ship that disengages or undocks from the science module or the rest of the ship. I would say do that now. Once you have it finished for the Drake Cutlass, you leverage that technology. Don't recreate the wheel, but recycle it. The medical bay from the Apollo, the Endeavor, it should double the amount of times that you can utilize that bed. But also, as opposed to 2 tier 1 beds, it should provide 4 tier 1 beds. I'm just saying, man, it's the Endeavor. I was about to go 6 tier 1s, but no, 4 tier 1s and 2 tier 2s. You know that you can break it down to whatever that number is, depending on how many you have in the Endeavor. But yeah, mostly it can rock with tier 1s. Why not? It's the Endeavor. It's literally a hospital. And do you want people to come to that ship for medical aid? Yes. Further down the line, once they really get NPCs fully incorporated, maybe NPCs will come for medical attention, because you need to be able to utilize those features and those facilities and get paid for it, right? Hearing wind of factions fighting, you come in with the Endeavor and you healed up. You're able to heal the factions, right? For a price. Why not? It should be profitable. It should be for a fee. With NPCs, yeah, why not? Do you do that? Or let's say you do the registration, right? Let's say the registration comes in, and based on the situation, it comes out of those taxes, right? The economy system.
Hello, how can Miss help you today?
The planetary hospital, yes. Taking patients from, the Cutlass Red and administering tier 1 health procedures. Yeah, why not? That would work. Is my, let me see. It looks like my module was damaged. It looks weird. I want to look at it again. It is damaged, man. It's damaged. I'm glad I picked that up. Let's see. No, it's not saying damaged. It looks weird, man. Hold on. Let me.
Sequence complete. Landing successful.
Hold on.
Systems off.
It looks like it's damaged. I'm not kidding you. We'll find out. It looks weird.
How can Miss help you today? Systems on.
That hurt. But it's the scenarios. I think it needs backdrop. Endeavor needs a backdrop. One of the perfect backdrops would be adjacent systems to the Vandal system, and you have these big events where there's battles that take place. The Endeavor should get missions in real time that's generated behind large-scale battles, potentially bringing patients over. Also incorporating the Cutlass Red, so you have like a coordinated effort between the Pisces rescue, the Drake Cutlass Red, other medical ships, Apollos. Well, yeah, yes and no, but on large scales of having them bring patients over to it and heal them. Now, I don't know, do they go further with the surgeries and performing, implementing cybernetic arms and parts? That could be further down the line. And how do you make that happen? But as they say, well, Chris wants Death of the Spaceman. That will probably factor in certain injuries. I don't think we're done with medical. I think we're still at a tier 0 version of it. Is that the lowest tier 0? Yeah, we're still scratching the surface with the medical, because I think you don't go from tier 0 to Death of the Spaceman just like that. And it's such a far in between gap of, hey, I'm feeling this way, now I'm dead. No, there's degradation, just like with the crafting or repair aspect. There's breaking down, there's maintenance applied, and then eventually you have to probably rebuild or recraft that item. Same thing with the avatar. It's going to be a breakdown. It could be where you accrue so much injury on a certain part, you may have to get that part replaced, because now they're taking into account reputation. They're understanding, hey, you're accruing these injuries. I mean, major injuries. What's up? What gives? Your insurance rate is high, son. What is going on in your life? Why are you running through this brick wall? And eventually it has to say, the persistence has to say, you can't use this part anymore. Look at it, it's shot. You're like, oh, I'm good, man. And it's like, no, you're not. It's shot. You might have to go in for a surgery, or you may be in a particular mission, and maybe they'll let you slide with a tier level injury, but then wait a minute, why isn't the tier 1 medical bed rejuvenating me back? It only brings it up to a certain level, where I'm just functioning, and then it starts to degrade. It's like no one did anything to me. It's degrading. I'm getting it now. It's failing me. Say what? I said that sounds like my little org is falling apart. One person got Twitch banned, and planes are planes are org mate. Oh, you've seen some weird visual bugs, Coffee? Interesting. Yeah, lately CIG has been dialing up some things under the hood of the engine. And they just want those fresh encounters of, hey, did you notice this? I think they get a kick out of it. I do too, when you have this interaction and conversations between the community. That's a great thing, though. That's awesome when you have the communities, the members of the community, they're engaging each other and talking about these things and sharing that information, and it allows CIG not to give it all away. Sometimes you don't want to give it all away. You just want it to be discovered. And could this, if they keep this up, could they keep pace with actual exploration and not give it away? And we discover, and then, wait a minute, we're exploring. We've just found this out. There's that potential there. I look forward to that. Oh, it just looks that way, but it's not the actual physicalized. Well, maybe we need the Maelstrom system, Coffee. Maybe the visuals will require the Maelstrom system, so then it aligns with the visuals, right? Lindenium, man, this is a profitable taking right here. Lindenium is like that. Yeah, just like crafting, which basically says this is about interacting with things in the universe of Star Citizen. Maelstrom is its closest companion, right? Whether it's a combat situation, you're hiding behind cover, and one of the NPCs grab a grenade launcher and they launch those things, and you get damage from the debris that fractures behind, which is a wall, right? Which is a wall. Or something heats up to the extent that it also breaks up and fractures, similar to what you see with the mining. But now, Maelstrom is also calculating that too. In combat, your armor, it fractures, where you have to maybe pick up the pieces and take it back to the crafting table or the hopper, potentially. Breaking things down. Coffee, I like that. You hear that, chat? Due to Maelstrom being integrated into the main branch behind the scenes and not fully implemented, but it's not breaking the game, we could very well be seeing them developing in plain sight. There's a potential for that. I think it's been done before. Dropping things in, but as long as it's not breaking things, like game breaking, it's fine. It's development. I think we feel as though we have to always expect the rules of of the playground to be a certain way, and when the rules switch up, we feel like we've been blindsided. But isn't it hasn't it always been, hey, you're on the playground, but there's some construction here that's going on, and we're working. You can be on the playground if you want, but players beware. Just know that the sandboxes are moving. They're setting up for a brand new sandbox. They're moving things around out. They don't always have to announce everything, and to do that, it would be they're open to a lot of criticism, good and bad. I'm gonna say it that way: good and bad criticism. And when it's criticism, you know how it's going down, especially when they announce something. It's like they're asking for permission. Correct, Coffee. It's more of let's incrementally let's put this in increments. In this way, we can monitor and validate each segment or each layer as we go. And once we have every layer, every bit and piece valid, and we put the last piece of the puzzle together, then we can start announcing, hey, this is what's going to happen. Evocati, we've been testing it and behind the scenes on our side. I think that's a precautionary and I think responsible way to develop. I think we're seeing how developers work. We get to see into that, and everything doesn't. I think with this community, the inquisitive minds, the intellect, you don't have to announce everything. It's not to say, hey, I'm being smarty pants about it. It's like they don't have to announce everything. This community is up to snuff, and they sense and they know when something is odd or something is different. They know this. But that's a good thing, though. That means you're engaged, that you're aware of things. You see the anomalies. You recognize anomalies of what's happening. That's a good thing, damn good thing. Salvage and repair. Coffee, my fingers, my toes, my legs, my arms, my eyes, they're crossed that I hope that they come back with a proper salvage mechanic via the usage of Maelstrom, where all of a sudden people are starting to buy salvage ships because they want to see that effect. Imagine taking the governors off of certain ships to say, oh, you found a 890 jump. Oh, this is out of your scope of salvaging. Imagine with Maelstrom and you see an 890 jump, not hating on the Origin people, and you start chipping away remnants, bits and pieces of the 890. And as long as you have markers, or it's a group of you, it's a bunch of vultures around, a whole bunch of them. They're just chipping away at that thing, chipping away, and to the point where it's just gone. Thank you, Maelstrom. Or you get the reclaimer come out, and that claw, it doesn't make pixie dust now, but it's breaking down chunks. what did I say, Rixie? What did I say that was funny, man? 07. I'm glad they're getting work done faster. And then it helps them to talk about it too. Yeah. You saw Torsten, he jumped in there and the conversations was flowing, man. But yeah, it is good. It stifles a lot of the. It does stifle the. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's not going to stifle the negativity. It's going to enlighten and help the people who are eager to see these things. they feel good. They're in a good place. I think what the positive of that is, it puts confidence back to the people who love the project. What it does, it encourages them to spend with confidence, knowing that, hey, Star Citizen is in a good place. You know, fairly, this is fair. Backers will say, until I see progress, my wallet's closed. I have to applaud that. I have to say, good on them, smart on them, because it's performance based. I think, you know, you don't sleep on the wheel. You got to stay on your P's and Q's, CIG, which I think, in regards to being passionate about what you do, it's not hard. It's easy to stay on point because of the passion. Put it that way. No, we're not allowed to. You can only speak of the love here in this channel. Outside of my channel, you're on your own. In this space, you can love on Star Citizen. It is fine with me. But outside of my channel, no, sir. Do at your own risk. Here, this is Kimmy's space. You can do that here. Oh, there's debris. Oh no, that's not debris. Okay, cool. Asteroids. Love ain't all sunshine and rainbows. See, sometimes you gotta let them know it's raining. There you go, Ramprint. You gotta let them know the rain is windy and it's rainy. You got to. Yep. Like, what's that smell? What is that smell? Something doesn't smell right. Yes. Yep. Feel free to let them be free. What is that sting? If you love something, yeah, let it say your piece, man, and but also be able to celebrate too. Be able to celebrate. You should be able to. You're a human being. You should be able to give credit when credit is due. That's a good thing, though. But it lets you know it's just being insightful for what you see, and just gather, look at the progress, look at the things that are being worked on, and have your own opinion. Don't have someone form an opinion for you. That's crazy. Oh, whoa, I send it. Whoa. You can take everything but my ships. Everything but the ships. The ships stay with me. And the PC. Oh yeah. The squeaky wheel and the oil, for sure. But I think this is a different animal. I think Chris, he is more than ever. I think you got to look at how many people would have been able to, keep the noise at bay, stay focused on not just one but two major projects, raise kids, tend to family, sit there on board members with the board, deal with situations outside of just making a game, the outside frequencies of lawsuits, budgeting. Yeah, you got a staff, but you got to be part of that and be informed. How many of you, man, no, I'm not going to pose that question, but imagine, and you got to keep telling yourself, I'm passionate about this. I'm passionate about this. But stuff can weigh you down, and that's the thing. And people who love to get in that thing with the criticism and this, that's another part of it too, where he has to deal with that as well. And you say, all, you know, what's the saying? All advertisement is good advertisement, or something of that nature. Man, that's a lot to carry. But again, he's got the right people around him. But it is a different kind of animal, man.
Warning, power critical. Extraction mode on.
I think he definitely apologized every couple of years for the people he put in charge of live not really delivering how he wanted. But here we are. They're starting to put it together. Yes, so true. And that's another thing. He cannot fly off the well, maybe behind closed doors, but not in front of everyone in public and fly off the handle. At the same time, you have to keep a certain decorum and kind of like fairness and leniency, in the sense of you have to allow space for people to figure this stuff out. Can you imagine if he was like the type of person like, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? And they're like, you look over your shoulder and he's right there. Man, can you imagine that, being under leadership like that? To see that kind of stuff happen, it's not pretty. It's not pretty, man. Not pretty. His, you know, and for him to be the CEO and there's no one over him to say, hey man, you gotta dial it back a little bit. This is a little harsh here. This is a little intense. Can you imagine some people being in charge who have a mindset of, you just need a chair and a damn computer, get the freaking work. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all you need. Be glad you got a job. Ooh. Man. That's well, we've heard of toxic environments in the gaming industry. I'm bringing this up again, but we've heard of toxic environments, and that led to serious lawsuits, man. Real bad stuff. Yeah, I think Ramprint, the beauty of that, thank you for that. Oh gosh, exactly, Ty. Thank you, CR. Thank you, CR. Yes. Exactly, Ty. Thank you for that. That's right. CEO, Chief Technical Officer over here, mining supervisor. Yes, sir. On the way, mining supervisor.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yeah, and that's great points there, Ramprint. how he held that Squadron 42 and really that was leveraged too. That was a leveraging point too. That features from Squadron 42 came over to the Persistent Universe. But yeah, having those tough decisions to let people walk through the doors, you know, winding down on tightening the screws on, you know, hey, we can't be here and home and here and there. I'm requiring that we collaborate together based on the complexities of what we're dealing with. I need you all here, and it's not by choice, it's mandate. But if you choose to move on, that's fine. Wish you well. You got a good standing here. You got a good reference, but this is what I require because the crowd has spoken, man. The natives are getting restless. They got to see some progress, and I, for one, want to uphold this standard to get this thing to the finish line. We're getting to the point now that even, the narrative is, oh, that's why it was with the freelancer. He didn't. He took too long. But people want to use that against him. But another point in reality, look at the sheer scale of what's coming down the pipeline. And he got the teams back in the office. He enhanced the studios. He expanded. He got the right people. To your point, Ramprint, he started doubling down. He leveraged the money that he was supposedly was pocketing, right? Oh, look at all that money he's making. He leveraged the profits or the revenue of the things that they worked on, and he brought in more talent. But he was also frugal about it too. He, the part of him being over in Europe, there were subsidies by the government that thank goodness for that the government accredited him with bringing people out of the university who did game development. Game development is huge in Europe. Very frugal on his part, but also doubled down to get very in-depth levels of talent on this project. Case in point, Benoit. It's funny how people. It's funny how, not funny, but funny how it is a meshing and a connected. There's a reason why this community is what it is. Quite a few of the community members work for CIG. They were passionate enough about the project that they wanted to impact it in a positive way and have the skill set to offer things to Chris that's needed to progress the game. You have this meshing between the community and devs, and all of a sudden, how do they become part of a conspiracy or a scam? I don't get that, but to some they see it. But you got to implicate, if you say these things, you got to pull in a lot more than just Chris, because there's so many moving parts. That Chris is smart, but man, he would have to be a freaking evil genius to pull something off like that and not being called out, right, to on that kind of scale. And even then, whistles will blow, man. Whistles will freaking blow. So yeah, you want to fact check that stuff before putting it out there. You gotta look at the lay of the land and understand, like, wait a minute, he's got how many employees, how many people involved in this project, and they're all complicit on this or oblivious to. These are smart people. So, yeah. Dismissal. And he went through so many hurdles to say it's a scam to fight CryEngine off. To deal with, well, working with other entities that they felt as though, well, we need help from them. Yeah. Coffee saying something good. He said it's very true, Ta. Treating the staff good should be the lowest bar. We're paying into like a Patreon. It's like for services rendered, here you are. Here's your here's your donation. But it's more than that. It's truly a passion thing, man. It's a belief in one thing. It's more than that. Here's why I have respect for CIG. They told the player base time and time again, everything is waiting on server meshing. Then it will get better. We promise. Sure enough, after server meshing was implemented, look where we are. They held true to their word. And Todd, you can say that until you're blue in the face, but if people with a mindset that is doubling down and emphasizing vague negativities that does not have merit or proof, that means nothing to them. That means you're against me. You're my enemy as well. That's a mindset you're dealing with, man.
Warning, storage full.
That's a mindset. Unfortunately.
Fracturing mode on.
Until you come to their side, then you're in agreement. If you state a fact about something or state something that's obvious and it still goes against the narrative, you may as well be holding your breath. It's not going to change the mindset. And that's the insane part about it. You're not going to change that mindset. You're not going to convince. But at the same time, the funny part about it, they're still playing the freaking game years later. They're not going anywhere. And you just wish to yourself, man, I just wish you would hate this game so much that you don't come back. You want to say that. But no, really though, it's just to say, dude, if you really, really hated this game, you would sell those ships, delete the game off your SSD, and move on. Move on. You would move on if you really, really hated the game. I challenge you. Show me that you really hate the game and not play no more. Walk away. Then I know you really hate the game. Outside of that, you're faking it. You're faking it. I won't believe you. I don't think you're true to your word. If you really, really hate the game and feel as though you've been wronged, walk away. Walk away. Don't come back. That's not going to happen though, is it? No, because I'm going to get retribution. I don't think I've been removed by Knight Rider yet. Oh, you would have known. Message removed by Knight Rider. Knight Rider is part of the community. Met him multiple times. Yes. Damn, Kimmy, that's cool. I'm saying, man, what do they say? Stand on business. You can't stick up for people. Man, if that, you know what they're saying, I'm doing you guys a favor. I'm keeping them straight for you. I'm keeping them honest for you. Okay, I'm okay with that. Fine. Another thing I expect, though, is the ATC system in 2026. It's got to come. If not, I'm like, I would be shocked. But I would think the air traffic control system will see the initial. Let me just get in here. I do feel like they screwed me on the concierge perks that changed right before I made concierge. And then that 5-wave PTU crap. I'll die on that hill. I got you, man. I can't step into that realm. That's a legitimate beef. I'll pick my battles. I at one time did an upgrade to the Carrack or something. And I had the Squadron 42 like gift set collector's item thing. And why did I do that? And I can't even do a buyback on it. It's been compromised. I can't get it. I'm like, what? Nobody at CIG has ever mentioned ATC outside of calling for a hangar.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
It's going to be a minute for it. It'll be a minute for it. Yeah, it was taken away. I had the Aquila package with it, tied to it. You get the silver box, and I'm like, I called them, tried to get that thing, and they were like, no. Like, ouch, man. No forewarning or warning, this will remove this, and you won't, blah, 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 nothing. It was like, oh, yeah, you screwed up. No, you can't reverse that. Nope, you screwed up. Ouch. I will stand on that hill. Next month. Let me count the days. In 9 days. Holy smokes. Oh, the full-on ATC. That's I think the relief of ATC coffee will, with the emergence of base building, I think ATC's main problems might go away, just for the sheer fact that people will be spread out. But I think, why do they still need it? Because the ATC system is also foundational to base building. Right? Because it's the same framework. When you call a ship, you're in the hangar bay. It's the same framework. So you do need to make it a kind of uniform so that you can take that foundational, dude is stacked up. You can take that foundational part of the engine and pull it over to base building, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It's far reaching than we know. It's foundational.
Now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Oh, you and Jarrett Huckabee. Jarrett Disco Lando, man. He's chomping at the bit for the Starliner. Personally, if I had a game package I bought previously, I would likely buy a collector's edition or something if they released it. Yeah, I thought I was going to keep my collector's edition. I've been wanting Starliner gameplay since they released Pyro. Problem is, though, that game loop is dead if they allow small ships to jump anywhere and go through jump points. I think it's a basic framework, Tom. My vision of that would be kind of like actual NPCs going from, let's say here's the things that you need to make it work, and you tell me or not if it's viable. I would say you have base building, but then you have the NPC communities, not like the compounds that you're fighting on, but the actual communities that lives near you, communal locations, right? And there's NPCs that live there. They're working, so they have to work now. They need traversal to work and be perfect. So they work other places or off system. So you have routes. With that said, you have a group of them that have a schedule, or you have a job board that they need to go this place, that place, that place. And you make your rounds and do the work, right? And if you commit, like a mission giver, then you have to get them to where they need to be. And then you might have specialty destinations that you have to send people or pick people up from. And then there's a timer. It's arcadish, but it's a timer. And with that said, you probably have to go across systems to do it. Now it's up to you to take the mission. The higher the amounts, the quicker you have to be. You want them for players, not NPCs. You mean that you want real players to be the passengers, correct? Because I was thinking of the NPCs as passengers that go to work. That's based on the concept that they talked about, that they actually go to work, like they work at a refinery on another system. Missions are freestyles. Or it's basically a star taxi service, right? Or a star Uber. Uber Citizen. Basically, I think it modernized to Uber, right? So yeah, you're on the boards and you're stacking those routes, and you just, if you can group more together, find a way to organize. Like kind of like MapQuest, you take a number, or let's say you will do it like a model of, let's say you take 4 customers and they're generally in the same area, or maybe they're spread out based on how lucrative the deal is. You gather them, and then it will give you a routing plan and the timers. The timer is going to be the timer, but you can pick people up based on where they want to go. Now, I don't know where it comes in with actual players. That's a stopgap for you, dealing with actual players and having a regular schedule, unless they, let's say they have they're waiting on a ship, and it's not fixed yet. It's a timer for the ship, but people have more ships than enough in the game. That's the only problem with that. That's not going anywhere. That's in our face. We can't ignore that. The fact that there's too many ships. So the likelihood of having consistent players utilize the Starliner, it is not predictable. If anything, it's easy for me to say that it will be a disappointment due to the fact that there's too many ships for an individual player in the game. So your only reliable source would be NPCs, unless there's circumstances when it comes to ships that would kind of have people at a handicap for a little bit, where they would have to, let's say let's put this into perspective, and this is a way of let's say you're indebted, or you have to work your way through something. You have to go through a work camp, right? You can't use your own ship. Maybe it's even with the syndicate, and you're indebted to the syndicate. So the Starliner can come in to move you around systems, right? Or let's say, as far as players,
Capsule now approaching
let's
station.
say there's
Stand clear of disembarking
prisons. There's going to be clash. There's going to be more than one. There's going to be a number of
Station
type of prisons out there, and you're doing transport. You're moving prisoners from one prison to another. Let's say they have to be moved. A combination of NPCs and players. But then again, yeah, that could happen if you're doing jail time and you have to be moved to another facility. That could happen. That could be incorporated with the Starliner to get them there. I didn't say the type of players. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be pristine and clean. But nah, the mindset of dealing with other players is a cultural gaming problem. Those people need to grow up and get out of their little solo bubble they live in. You're going to come across people in the game. Learn to work with them or deal with them. Talking to others in a video game is a mental block, not a restriction on the gameplay itself. Yeah, I think they just have to loop in and find a way to get them into that kind of situation where they have to rely on a Starliner. But truth be told, I spoke with someone who basically stated that they don't want to fly a ship. They love FPS.
Capsule now
They want
approaching
someone to
station.
take them to
Stand clear of
locations and
disembarking
fight and do things of that nature. So
The capsule will be leaving the station.
it would be
momentarily.
interesting how it's approached. I would definitely get a consensus of how many people would from CIG. It would be cool for CIG to do a consensus and say, okay, if we had the Starliner, how many of you don't like flying your ship around, but rather have yourself being flown around by other people? It would be interesting what those numbers would look like, because I literally have a friend who says, hey, I don't want to fly the ships. I'll get a ship just to get into the game. And I mentioned to them the Starliner. Cannot make this up. And he says, that's perfect for me. Just fly me to my destination and I'll do the work. I love myself some FPS. I'm going to do that and be happy with that. So if there's one, there's probably a lot more that want that style of gameplay without having to fly a ship. But they got to get, I would say the smart way is get a consensus, do a survey, and if it yields promising numbers, you have the basis in the groundwork, because now you have the actual people who would participate in that. But I think it's about reaching out. It's the initiation of it is would be initiating the communication. That's the initiator, communication of it, and getting feedback, proper feedback. And if they get the right numbers,
Your vehicle has been
nothing
delivered
holding
to
it
the
back.
location.
But outside of that, the staple or the stability behind that would be NPCs to ensure that it's functional and it's doing a service and it's consistent with making UEC, right?
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Exactly, coffee. Because it's a highlight all of its own, FPS. And now we're having conversations that crafting is going to be part of it. And initially they were going to do the tech preview with crafting, but it didn't happen. So yeah, crafting, FPS, weapons, and armor, it all goes together. Yeah. Well, it depends on the seats, right? With the Starliners, that's one of the things with the Starliner. You got to make it comfortable, right? Have you ever asked for a ride in Star Citizen? It's not as easy as it seems to accomplish. Yeah, I think that's stigmatism right there, Ty, with just MMOs, the mindset, interaction. We're supposed to be enemies, right? It's almost like that kind of mindset, or we can't have a good conversation. But I think this community is wired differently in a good way. Remember the Dragonfly game package they had a long time ago? Wonder how many people upgraded that to actually get off planet. Everybody. Oh, if they still have it, milk candidate. Somebody said, no, keep that, man, in case you find the thing you want. That's a milk candidate. True. And that's CIG in the early years of learning the process and becoming a business, learning to become a business.
Fracturing mode on. Fighting mode on. Fighting mode off.
Oh, nice. So you're the poster child for it, Ta. Interaction with the community. Again, this community is wired differently, and that's in a good way. But the Starliner is coming out. It's on there. It's the concept ship. So it's going to happen. It's not that they're not going to shy away from it. It's going to happen. But you know what, though? A perfect example of this conversation, Meister and Ta, you got to look at the med runners, right? The med runners, the medical group, they have a certain reputation that they uphold. I think for the Starliner owners, that can also be achieved as a parallel to the commitment to the gameplay. So I think, Meister, if you have a certain go-to and they're kind of like that group and adhere to a certain level of quality, then they're going to be fine. They're going to do well in the game. It's almost like, Ty, it's like, hey, you're going to expose me, or it's front and center. What's the catch? It's like, I don't want to be in a situation where things go wrong and then it's on me. It's a certain level of like, what, you're making me responsible for what? It's like, no, is this a trick question? It's a lack of trust in things, man. So much. It is so much. Exactly. You know, Daymar Rally. I mean, all those entities where the passion, when the passion is so high, the limitations on what can be possible, it literally amazes CIG. They sit there and like, what? like the trading app out there, right? That you go and trade stuff on, and now they're like, okay, we got to get crafting, we got to get it fast because they got it in, they got it outside the game. They didn't wait. They didn't wait on. They're not waiting on crafting to kind of build up some sort of, like they said, you're going to have a storefront and sell your wares. You have the Banu Merchantman is going to be a part of that, as well as the privateer. The passion of the community will not wait. CIG has to get on board and catch up. Facts. They got to catch up. So yeah, Ta. With that said, it's on you. It's up to CIG too to create the ship, but also give you backup on the gameplay mechanics and the game loops. The reputation, and they're letting us know, Meister, that you are the reputation. The things you do, that is your reputation. But yeah, you'll be able to perform metrics. You have a Excel sheet based on a built-in Excel sheet, a glorified Excel sheet by CIG to say, okay, how's so and so doing? Okay, I can project that, and it's shared by everyone. It's out there in the public. But outside of that, if you're not putting forth the effort, not saying Utah, but I'm just saying if the effort is not there and attainable or maintained, then there's nothing on the board for them to see. It's just tracking of what you're doing. That's all. It's a tracking system. But again, great conversation. Med runners are a testament to upholding your own reputation before there's a reputation system, because all the system is a tracking metrics. That's all of what you're doing or what you claim that you're doing, right? But it would just be good for CIG to also help to keep that career or that gameplay mechanic stable by allowing you to switch gears when you're at a profitable margin of providing the service to actual players, but also you have a steady flow and challenging aspect of picking up actual NPCs as well. You got to have both. But I think once they're confident with the NPCs traversal, having that specific intelligence to get on board the ship, sit down, and even give you some sort of RP. Hey, I need a drink, or I need to go to the bathroom, or something, or just, hey, this is a terrible ride, or can you slow down? Those aspects of it. I don't see it as too far away, potentially, for them to release that kind of thing. And I think the more systems we get where there is activities or civilization, industrial areas, the more we're going to probably have, the possibilities for CIG to start having those conversations. Potentially they'll have those conversations on it. A pricing model. Oh, wow. That's definitely an Excel sheet.
Warning, power critical. 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 Shield under attack. Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Yeah, the weird looking anomalies with the rocks are evident here. Something's going on behind the scenes for sure. It just doesn't change out of the blue like that.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning,
Oh God.
power critical.
Over.
Warning, power critical. Extraction mode on.
Yeah, these anomalies, Coffee, you're right. It's a lot going on behind the scenes that they don't need to tell us right now, but they're aggressively getting after this stuff. The textures of the rocks are different. Oh, it's actually a brochure. Is it a 3-pane brochure or is it a 2-pane brochure? I'm accustomed to the 3-pane brochures. As one of the devs, I used to watch his streams, Bayor Red, and he had this elaborate Excel sheet on each ship and its functionalities, and then all the changes that was implemented by CIG. And CIG took notice of that and says, wow, he's keeping up really great metrics here. So, you want a job? Yep. He stopped streaming. You can see the org details in my citizen dossier. Nice. Very nice. Again, passion. Passion for the project, man.
Mining mode on.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to fit the 3-pane. The booklet format. Nice.
Fracturing mode on. Fracturing mode on. Mining mode.
Yes, the rock doctor. Yes. Geologist. Dr. Bayor. Yep. Yes, sir. Indiana. Yep, Dr. Bayor. Yeah, he was a professor, man. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Bayor. He's a professor, geology. What? But well, no, well, Todd, have you ever seen Wingman's Hangar? He was crapping on the game. I think it was the opposite. He was like, they had him doing all these videos. Todd, have you seen Wingman's Hangar? He was on Wingman's Hangar almost like every week with videos, and that's why they call him Disco Lando. He did this like stop animation of the action figure Lando Calrissian. Shimpasta, what? Oh my God, dude, Eric Wingman Peterson. I met him for the first time. I said, dude, you just made my Fridays, man. I would always look for you on Fridays because you made my Fridays watching Wingman's Hangar. That was my go-to, man. Oh my God, it was my go-to to hear all things Star Citizen and sit down and watch Wingman's Hangar. Oh my God. Oh my God. It made my Fridays, man. I looked for it. I craved it on Fridays. It was like I would purposely wait till I would get home to watch it. Sit down at dinner and just, it's just me time was just Wingman's Hangar. He was self-deprecating. He was, so he probably was. But you have this, man, he made video, it was like probably a week he wasn't on there with his videos. Disco Lando, that's what they would call him. Like, what? Yes, the stop motion animation. I mean, man, it was just like, and what is Ken Shadow? That was another one. What was that rival with Ken Shadow? I met Ken Shadow at CitizenCon as well. He was another staple, would always show up doing videos. It was just so much passion. I think that caught the eyes of a lot of potential developers and the community members, and they were like, "What is this?" I remember they had this little segment that was called forum feedback. And man, Chris Roberts had tickled the hell out of me because he would jump in every now and then. And he was hilarious. He was like, forum feedback. And I was like, oh my God, Chris, you are so funny, man. He would say forum feedback. And it was like, oh my God. It was hilarious, dude. It was fun times, man. And then it changed to reverse the verse, around the verse, and all these different iterations, and it became what you see today inside Star Citizen. Yep. Yes, indeed. Look it up. It's on YouTube.
Warning. Power critical.
Yeah, even points where Sandy jumped in there.
Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Warning. Power critical.
What is the 6,000 sucks? What is that, coffee? Oh, damn. Oh, shit. A fire? Oh, my God. A fire started off in my ship, yo. Oh, crap. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. You guys see this? What the heck? All right, CIG. I cannot make this up. Oh my God. What? What the hell? And this was the last we heard from Kimmy. No! Mark Skelton, Mr. Gold Shirt. Yeah, I watched the Hazy Thoughts. Remember Hazy Thoughts? He was like, whoa. Then he said, he had the hookah. Then he says, if you were shot with a mime, would he use a silencer? Wah, wah, wah. It was like, what? If you were shot with a mime, if a mime shot you, would he use a silencer? I'm like, really, bro? Oh, gosh. Now I gotta check the integrity of the ship. I need to drink first. Man, what the heck? Oh boy, a lot of smoke. Let me get the do some repairs on the outside. It might have gone outside, but I doubt it. Just checking. Think I'm good. That was crazy, man. Just checking, man. Just checking. Wow. Okay. What is the 6,000 sucks coffee SUX? What is that? This might be salvageable. Do I still have my... Okay, no, I still have my containers. Good. Wow. That was crazy. That was crazy. Okay, what do we have here? Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Aluminium. Let's see. Okay, this is extractable. Hopefully it's nope. Passing on the barrel and aluminium. Canisters you buy come with RMC. Yes, it should. Yes. And there goes that idea. Why you say that? 07 Attila, 1973. How are you, hun? There goes the idea. Why do you say that? Why do you say you give up that idea? Oh, we had to fill them up. What? Fill them up with what? What? Hand salvaging? Is that what you're saying? Interesting. The ones I purchased, it had material in it. Interesting. Uh-oh. Oh boy, here we go. Not again. That could be a bug. That's gonna vaporize. Oh, it vaporized too. I knew it. I vaporized that. Oh yeah. It's for the repair, engineering. Yeah. That's interesting. You know, it would have been interesting if you could take a you know what? I think you're making a case for, if you have hand mining, why not hand salvaging? So you make a case of the cargo container. That should be in your ideas to send to CIG, Shimpasa, that you can take an empty container, right? You in a group, hand scrape or whatever, the material, and put it in a container. Especially if it came down to, do we try to capture all aspects of crafting? Correct? So if it came to, scraping the materials that you need, metallics, you don't need a lot, the hand scraper would suffice. So you need that container to kind of allow you to transfer the material into it. So I implore you to send that over to Game Ideas, because it brings crafting to a granular level. If it's just like you're gonna fix a weapon, or you're gonna fix armor, and you remember one of the devs at CitizenCon Direct said the tier 0 of crafting will allow you have to put one box in of the material and another box into the material. What if you have an amalgamation of both materials in that one box? Let's say you needed metal and iron for your armor set, or maybe 3 or 4. Can you not scrape that or gather that with the the multi-tool and put it in the box, and then you just put one box in and it spits it out accordingly? Just saying. And if you're doubling down on the quality, should the hopper also give the ability to refine those metals and then use some sort of heating technique to actually melt them together as one cohesive aspect of the armor, because you're going to use the refinery aspect of it. It's going to be some sort of skill based so that you can get it to potentially 99% of purity, which will give you high quality aspects. So please put that in game ideas, because that would work. That gives it, that works with the generalist aspect or the philosophy of what they talked about. And you can imagine having that with the Clipper. Doing that with the Clipper. Just one container, you procure your metals, find them wherever you can, put them in that one box. As well as recreate empty boxes that you can move over from the hopper. You have the metal say create empty box, pull it, and or allow it, that empty box, to be filled with the material, and then you stack it in the Clipper. And I would use that as an example, because then it would say, "Oh, that's our newborn baby. Let's spoil our baby." That's just passion, man. 07. I really hope they put a refinery inside of the reclaimer along with the crafter. Yeah, it could be a dual purpose item, Meister. Good point. Clipper. Yes, sir. That's what. Don't take the name of my ship. That's what I'm gonna name it. Clipper. I like that you say Clipper. It's a true Bostonian name. Boston. Only you got a bowl of clam chowder for me, Coffee. Only for that bowl of clam chowder. Gotta have it, man. Love it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Damn, you're making me hungry right now, Coffee. Dang it, man. What? Only said Boston, Kimmy. Yes, but it's synonymous. Get to the Clipper. Yes. Oh man, that enhancement right there. I just love that about the ship. It's just, it fits. It freaking fits. Oh my gosh. The what are the ones Ipwich. Is that Ipwich? Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop it, Coffee. Freaking salivating here right now, man. I'm so mad at you right now. I'm so mad at you right now, Coffee. Sharp cheddar and brie the other day. The ones that we were talking about melting it on an adult grilled cheese sandwich. I'm mad at you too, Shimpasta. Ipwit. Yes. Salivating, man. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I remember my auntie. She would just, when I was a little kid, man, she's like, "Here, try this." Clams, raw, fried, steamed, you name it. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious, y'all. Whew. And when that weather has that chill in that weather, oh my god, Coffee, that is some good eating, man. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I can't take no more, man. I'm done. I'm beat up. Oh, I'm so beat up right now. That sounds so good. Oh my god. Woo. Tears in my eyes, man. You bring back fond memories. Yes. I almost made myself one coffee one time. I think I was showing off, but I tried to eat a quahog raw. And I'm like, nope. Never again. Cherry stones for life, baby. Cherry stones raw for life. Whole hog? No. Chowder only. Chop that thing down. No. What am I thinking? Am I insane? What? True story. Time to change the subject. But coffee, that sounds so good. Oh my gosh, yes. Soup only. Oh, like they do in Hawaii. Yeah, they put them in the ground and put the banana leaves over them. Yeah. Holy smokes. Super tender. I'm so hungry right now, Todd. They messed me up. Yes, sir. Glacium ring. Steamers and lobsters. Oh, coffee and the lobster roll. Guys, I'm going to get me something to eat. I'm messed up right now. But Ty, I do want to do loot and wait a minute, Ty, are you able to get in game? What's going on? Oh, did you get home or you said you weren't home? Oh, you do have the PC. Oh my gosh. Man, I thought you weren't able to get on, man. I got to get some food, man. I got to get me some food. It's only Tuesday, isn't it? But I do want to get my loot and scoot on though. And definitely, I got the energy to get back on. It's not really late too. That's good. I want that Meyer backpack, man. I think I'm feeling lucky. Oh, but then life. Okay. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. That's the ring. I love how they defined the Glacium ring and made it very unique to a lot of the other external locations in space. It made it very distinct. They didn't just copy and paste the generic outer space with asteroids. Yes, Ty. That will work. 5:30 Central. Yep. That works. Pinging for snacks. Oh my gosh. More than a snack. Oh my gosh, coffee. That sounds freaking good. You know what? I'm tempted to get some clams. They have some at the market. They're sitting on ice. I'm so freaking tempted. I'm gonna do some seafood though, like the holiday. I want to do some crab cakes though, man. Holy smokes! Good gosh, man. Yes, it's the holidays. Yes, Jim Pasta. Yes. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes, y'all. That is awesome. Oh, that is a great Todd. That is, oh my gosh. Yes. And some beef fried rice, man. I am sorry, but not sorry. Heck yeah. But I can't get around those clams, man. Oh my god. And those box frozen ones. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I have the wrong setup for on this second prospector because the window is so slender. Hopefully it won't disintegrate on me. There we go. Ooh.
Warning. Detected.
Oh gosh. Num nums for sure. Oh man, I'm bringing fires up in. It says detected. Okay, I'm good. That heat exchange. Wow. They put it on the Miss Prospector. Oh gosh, you all are making options.
Mining mode on.
Yeah, I think Maelstrom is in here, embedded here in some way. It's a placeholder because these rocks look totally different. Coffee pointed it out. Those visual anomalies. Real super obvious here. Changes of the textures. Look at that.
Storage full.
Oh, sliced onions on the ribeye. Oh, you guys are really messing with me big time. Oh, y'all are so wrong. Good God. Oh shoot, I'm up just about full, man.
Mining mode off.
Yeah, all of that is the ring. That's crazy, man. Get the map going. It's like do a 180. Let me go to my left. Okay, I thought I would have seen Levski. Okay, I gotta set the markings for it. I think, why do I think Genesis will come out sooner than later? If it is, this is server-based information right now. And I would pose the answer as a question. Would it be possible for CIG to do Genesis just for Tier 0, initializing it? No power. Would it be possible with server meshing and things that are server based, would it be possible for them to just bring the Genesis system only to Levski? Or I'm sorry, Nix. Just bring it first to Nix and then subsequently roll it out, as opposed to, well, I'm only going to bring it out once it's ready for every location. Do you think they're going to bring Genesis first to Nix and then there's a gradual rollout just to see the viability? Or just to say, okay, we're going to roll Genesis out to this one system first, and then the other systems will follow. Probably Stanton, and then Pyro. That possibility is there. And the reason why we may see Genesis much sooner than later. I would not be opposed to that. That would not bother me at all. What do they mean, no power, man? Too close and no power. Something's not working. Better hurry. It's flashing there. Show generator. Okay, that's shouldn't be an issue. Okay, jump drive. 30 minutes to. Oh, it's like an automated repair system. Look at that. It's counting down. You see that, chat? Jump module. 24 minutes. Oh, the seconds. It's seconds. So it should come online in. It's counting down. You may not see it. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Okay, what happened there? It just powered down. I'm gonna do a repair all. Okay, the jump drive, that's coming online. Oh, I don't need the jump drive to be repaired. It's the quantum drive needs to be repaired. Okay, that's why. It's a difference. Jump drive is for the jump points. Okay, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initiate. Look at that. You see that, chat. So with single-seated ships, you have an automation of repair built in, as opposed to manual repair within a multi-crew ship. Love that. Again, they're sneaking it in, man. I cannot be mad at them. Very nice. That ring, the Glacium ring. Holy smokes. It's that distinct feature, man, that sets it apart from the other systems. I think that's a theme. The theme for Castra. It is the very first mountainous location. True mountains this time for Castra. I think for Terra, I think it will be the first location that will introduce water in a friendly and welcomed way. Hopefully they will incorporate buoyancy with the 890 and the 600i to allow for those ships to, travel as a ship on their waters. But this is about luxury, some of the most beautiful and scenic views coming from Terra. I would like to see exotic creatures that are like docile to be part of the environment to help enhance it. That would be cool. But yeah, they have an opportunity to show off Terra with distinctions of water. Man, can you add fishing to Terra, Chris? Finally fishing, and you go there and collect exotic fish for your aquarium and for food. If we get the crafting aspect, using fishing to add to the crafting part, making food, and eventually make the announcements that we're going underwater. Kelp farming. That would be awesome. Okay, let me see if I can repair, if I need repairs here. Holy smokes. 100K? I have 100K in damages? Submarines and Star Citizen is a huge Christmas wish, Kimmy, but I support it. Yes, submersibles, coffee. We got to say submersibles because then that'll pull Chris in. Submersibles. Thank you. So are you, man. Well, I don't know. That might be a little naughty, man, for making me hungry like that, bringing up those clams and such. I don't know, Coffee. I don't know. That was a little mean right there. Look. It was broken. See? Look at that. It was broken. Dang it. I deserve some of those clams, man. I'll trade in fishing for clams any day. Hopefully spend it in quiet confines and nice food and hang out with you all.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
How about you, Isonet? Time off?
Your vehicle has been moved to our structure.
That would be cool. Then once we're talking about underwater, making a base, having a ship that you land your ship on the dock. You have a base on the dock overlaid over the part of it on the water, and you walk over to your docking station for the submersible half of it is underwater. You can see the fish, and man, that would just be next level. Time depends on Orange, man. Burritos, holy smokes. Very nice. That sounds good, man. Oh boy. I'm hurting right now. I'm hurting.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
Oh my God, that's wee. Ah. I love the elevator tech. What they did with this, making this a solution to the issues with elevators. Let them run on their own. You get on your floor and you wait for your floor to open up, and you're good. Keep the levels minimal. That's enough. They're figuring this out, man. They're figuring this out. Not a lot of floors for the elevator to traverse or move through. I think that's a format of success to tackle the ATC debacle, which is elevators. I think it will alleviate even more once we get our bases. Something triggered the F key. I gotta look at my controls. You see that? Something triggered it.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
I gotta look at that. And see if something's crossed with something. Yeah, these timers are shortened too, because I think once you get more people in, these requests will go up exponentially. So they got to get those timers to move this stuff off with those queues of people mining and such. So the anticipation is coming of that we're going to get dynamic server meshing. This is all about player counts now. Everything is taken into account with server saturation. Six to sell. It'll clog up your ship though. You let it build up, the inert material. It will clog it up, and you're like, okay, why don't I have all the space that I should have? Very nice. I send it 07 to you, sir. Very nice. 07, sir. All right. Chat, I will be back in a bit. We're going to do some loot running later this evening with Ta, and maybe some more of you if you want to jump in there and find out, because I got to get my Meyer backpack. I got to have it. We're going to raid over to Levan G Fan. He's doing his thing. Of course, he's rolling with Star Citizen. Let's give him a shout out. 07s, everyone. I will be back in a bit after I get me some grub, man. 07s to you all. Thank you so much. Be back in a bit. 07, 07, 07, 07, 07, 07, 07. All right. See you in a bit, chat.